Have you plug out? Oh boy. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of November 7th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established and we can proceed. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Could you please read today's agenda into the record?
The 35th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet Tuesday, November 7, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Atley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Block 1, Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements for the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status report of project to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers: Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Mr. John Wessel, owner, GEC LLC; Ms. Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Management and Budget. Block 2, Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of that sum as is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes, revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor and establishing report requirements for the expended funds. Invited testifiers: Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, VI Public Finance Authority. Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mr. Anthony A. Atley, President and Chief Executive Officer, the West Indian Company Limited, and Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority. Block 3, Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water and persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. Invited testifiers: Ms. Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Mr. Darrell Jashin, Director, VA Territorial Management Agency; and Honorable Usta Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VA Department of Health. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you please mark Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff as present and give me another tally of the quorum, please?
Madam Chair, we have 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, good morning to everyone. We have a packed day today, but it's a very straightforward day, I hope. These matters are matters that are very important to our economy, if you will, and to the life and safety of our residents. So we should have a robust discussion around all of these matters. But before I begin today's meeting, I would like to once again extend my sincere condolences to the family of two wonderful women, Mrs. Rita D. Schuster and my sorority sister, Miss Julia Pankey. Both women lived purposeful lives, giving much of themselves to make our Virgin Islands a better place. Both were involved deeply in the Catholic Church and their respective sororities, the Delta Sigma Theta sorority and the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. You notice how I get them mixed up? Along with countless contributions to organizations that promoted and protected women and children in our territory. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Yes. We're losing our stalwarts in our community. So now we are becoming our parents, and we need to be remind ourselves of that and make sure that we are prepared to stand up and be counted as they did. All right. We have the testifiers that's before us this morning in Block 1, and Block 1 is Bill number 35-0180, with regards to the appropriation of $5.1 million to complete, I pray, to complete the construction and site improvement of the Polly Joseph Stadium. So I'm going to ask the testifiers that's here with us today to please put their names and title on the record, and we're going to start with the Commissioner of Public Works, Mr. Derek Gabriel.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Good morning, Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works, Chief Engineer.
All right, and we did invite Mr. John Wessel, the owner of GSC LLC, because it's important for us to get a true update as to where this project is. So I'm not seeing him. Did he speak with any one of you, particularly Public Works, with regards to his absence?
Yes, Madam Chair. He is actually out of the country, so he was unable to attend.
So we know that while folks are out of the country, that we use Teams and Zoom and all those things, so that's really no excuse for him to not be here.
So, Madam Chair, you did provide us some dates, but this was one that he was unavailable for some reason. I don't know why.
I would venture to say that whichever date I had given him, he will be unavailable anyway. And you don't have any correspondence from him, correct? All right. So we're going to proceed. Who testifies, well, who speaks to this particular bill? I know that this bill was sent down by the governor, but the Senate President, I suspect, will speak to the measure. You may proceed, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And of course, good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. I too want to join in extending condolences to the family of Miss Rita D. Schuster, as well as Julia Pankey. Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in FY ending September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements of Polly Joseph Stadium project, and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. This proposed legislation is being offered at the request of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. It appropriates a total of $5,124,000. And actually, it wouldn't be from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, but a correction has been made and an amendment will be offered for the money to come from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund to the Polly Joseph Stadium to move this project nearer to completion. And we do certainly underscore the word nearer to completion. Since the passage of Act 8326 in 2020, the Department of Public Works has provided regular updates to the legislature in this project. The last report was received and circulated to the members of the 35th legislature on July 18, 2023. This measure is not a blank check to the Department of Public Works. It line items the specific projects and also establish guardrails to mandate reporting of the project timelines, budgets, and submission of a bi-monthly staffing report. Today, we have some of the government stakeholders here to testify on the measure, and there's some photograph that'll be made available again to show my colleagues and also the public some of the improvement that have been made to the facility and bring it nearer to completion. I ask for my colleagues' support, again, on behalf of trying to move this project forward. And at the appropriate time, I'll be offering an amendment to change the funding source. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. We're now going to ask the testifiers, and we're going to start with, usually I would start with the OMB director, but I think because of while we're here, I'm going to start with the Commissioner of Public Works. You may proceed, Commissioner Gabriel.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tawana Nicholas will be testifying.
You may proceed.
Good day, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Tawana Nicholas, and I am the Chief Engineer at the Department of Public Works and the Project Manager for the Pauli Joseph Stadium project. With me today is the Department of Public Works Commissioner Derek Gabriel and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation Commissioner Calvert White. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to this committee on Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund and fiscal year 2024 for the construction of and site improvements on the Pauli Joseph Stadium project. Per DPW's mandate, the department has managed this project on behalf of the Sports Park and Recreation and the government of the Virgin Islands since its inception. Pursuant to Act 8326, the Department of Public Works has submitted bi-monthly reports to this body through the Senate President's Office to give updates on the progress of this project. Since the last report, which covered up to August 30th, 2023, the project team has submitted pay request estimate number 41 for the original contract and pay request estimate number 6 for the supplemental contract. The pay request estimates reflect work on the left field bleachers and the ground floor interior walls. Most recently, the project contractor, GEC, has plastered and painted the stairway towers and the left and right field exterior walls, as well as plastering the entryway pavilion. The construction of the floor slab for the upper concourse level and the walls for the upper concourse restrooms are complete. The left field bleacher thread and risers are also complete. Work on the ground floor interior walls, along with the rough-in of the associated electrical and plumbing for the restrooms and locker rooms, are ongoing. Work is in progress on the steel reinforcement and formwork for the right field bleachers. In addition, the outfield lights are currently being assembled, with 2 of them recently erected, as shown in the pictures included in today's testimony. The immediate next steps will be to continue plastering the entry wall pavilion, complete the interior stairs, and the installation of the remainder of the outfield lights. Our project team continues to have regular meetings with the contractor and all stakeholders regarding the progress of the Pauli Joseph Stadium to ensure all deliverables are met and the finished stadium meets all identified needs. Utility coordination is a critical component of ongoing project meetings, as some utilities will have to be relocated to accommodate the project. The approximately $5 million being requested will cover the cost of add-ons and further improvements to the project site. A full list can be found in the appendix, but a few standout items are the addition of a press box and announcer's booth, adding padding to the outfield perimeter wall, changing the parking site lighting to solar-powered lighting, and partial utility relocation and accommodations, purchasing a site generator, as well as implementing the required conditional letter of map revision, or CLOMAR, improvements. The project schedule provided by the contractor has the expected completion date with the additional items in the last quarter of 2024. However, this may change once orders are placed for long lead and fabricated items. With the continued supply chain and logistical challenges experienced in the construction market, it is imperative that we have this additional funding approved and orders placed as soon as possible to pull in the project schedule as much as possible. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify on this important funding request. Our project team is committed to delivering a product that will not only enhance Frederiksted, but also serve countless residents for years to come. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholas. That's Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
Mrs. Nicholas, thank you for your testimony. We're going to hear from Miss Jennifer O'Neill. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. At your considerate request, Director of Finance and Administration of the Public Finance Authority, Nathan Simmons, and I are here today to provide testimony with respect to Bill number 35-0180, which would set aside monies collected in the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, for the construction and site improvements of the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project, and require the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Due to an oversight, the bill was prepared and submitted by the administration to appropriate the funds from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. However, as we are all aware, Act number 8540 created the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation to acquire the title to the matching fund receipts, to issue the matching fund securitization bonds, and to approve the issuance of the GERS funding note to the government employees' retirement system. Accordingly, with the securitization of the matching fund receipts and the use of the surplus revenue to fund the GERS note, there are no excess funds available for additional appropriation in the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. Governor Bryan has submitted a request to amend the bill to change the funding source to the Community Facilities Trust account, which has an unappropriated cash balance of $5,638,891.88. Recognizing the vital need to complete the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project, we recommend that the appropriation be taken from the Community Facilities Trust account. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. We are available to respond to questions from the members of this committee and other senators present with respect to the legislation under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Do we have any more testimony for today? That's it? All right, so Director O'Neill, thank you for your testimony, but know that immediately after the bill was performed, we noted that there was no way we could utilize those funds. So we would not have put it on the agenda knowing that the funding was not available. So we did put in a necessary amendment. We just needed to get the clear permission because the Community Facilities Trust Fund account is managed by the Chief Executive. So we know that that's not a fund that we could arbitrarily use unless we receive permission. So we want to thank you for making sure that that authority to move forward with that funding was granted. And Ms. Nicholas or Commissioner Gabriel, do you have information as it relates to what amount of funds is left, if any, based on the funds that we've appropriated thus far for the purpose of the Pauli Joseph Stadium?
For clarification, good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. For clarification, you're asking how much money has been expended on the current contract?
So tell me how much you know that has been released thus far and what's left. So yes.
So I'll ask Mrs. Nicholas to respond.
Good morning, Madam Chair. So we have two contracts. We have the original contract. So to date,
Before we go to the contracts, how much money has been, I believe that Director Wendy may have that information. How much money have we appropriated thus far? It's about 20-something $million, 26. I want to be clear on that number.
20.
So let me allow him, and then, go ahead, Mr. Simmons. You put your name on it, on the title on the record, name on the record.
Morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority. We've appropriated $27.3 million to this project so far. They've expended appropriated $27.3 million, expended $23.6. There's a remaining balance left of $3.7 million. These are funds that are under the control of the Public Finance Authority.
All right, and can we get a report? Did you send a report over with regards to that information?
I can provide it.
Please, and thank you, because we're going to have to make sure that we share it with our colleagues. So there's a balance of 3.7. So now I can ask Mrs. Nicholas, of that 3.7, what do they intend to do with the balance, with that amount prior to this 5.1?
so we'll complete what's left on the contract, which is the left field and right field bleachers. That also consists of the outfield lights. And then there's the Terrence Martin softball field. That will be slab, bleachers, bathroom, as well as outfield lights. Also, for the site, there is a parking lot between the two fields.
So that's inclusive of the 3.7 and the 5.1
That is correct. That is inclusive of the 3.7
alone?
alone. The 5.1 list is in the appendix of the testimony.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, those?
Yes,
You
in the
wish to share?
testimony, yes.
We should have uploaded them so we could share it with media. Media, did we share them? Media, can you share the photos, please? And you can, as the photos are shared, you could just provide a quick explanation. Thank
No
you. I
problem.
wasn't aware. Okay, so we're going to come back to that, but I think it's important that we have the discussion around the photos. So let me take a quick recess to make sure that the photos are uploaded. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. the committee is back on the record. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Giovanni James Sr. Please change his nameplate on the desk. Madam Clerk, give me another tally, please. Please recognize the mic of the clerk.
Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, and I bring warm greetings to all the listening audience, and a special welcome to our distinguished panel of testifiers. Thank you very much. Blessing. Okay, so the Paulie Joseph Stadium in Frederiksted, we're going to appropriate $5,124,000 to complete it. You know, I'm so happy to be able to participate and support the completion of this development because, you know, for years, you know, we've been hearing about this. It's almost done, and I'm pleased to hear that Twana Nichols has told us that they keep regular meetings with the contractor. That's very nice to know. We had Housing Finance before us yesterday, and that was one of my concerns. You know, they got billions of dollars. It's always nice to be meeting with the contractor. I got some quick questions. So you part of the additional is $1,265,000. You want to change to a concrete wall. What's the reason for that change?
Good morning, Senator. The concrete wall is iconic for Paulie Joseph Stadium. The previous stadium had a concrete wall. Our contract has a chain link fence. And so putting back the concrete wall will aesthetically be pleasing and allow for privacy when we host other events.
Okay, good. And now you also want to add a perimeter fence. So now, you know, because there's some stadiums, the major league teams, etc., they have that fence where if the ball go over is a home run, but they still have a big wall in the back. That's how you envision this, or that perimeter fence would just be on the left field, right field side? Where does that go?
The perimeter fence is a site fence for the entire facility, so it will connect to the concrete wall and ultimately secure the front lawn, as well as secure the softball field. So it will be for security purposes.
Okay, thank you. You know, I don't have a PhD, but I try to add a little bit. So I heard an explanation that the budget was 27.3. I believe it was from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. You've expended 23.6. There's a balance of 3.7. But now we want to use the Community Facilities Trust account. So, Mr. Simmons or Ms. OMB Director, explain that to me a little bit more so I could clearly understand it at my level.
Good morning, Senator. The monies that have been appropriated thus far did not all come from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. Most of it came from the 2014 gross receipts tax bonds in the amount of $17.5 million. Another $1.2 million came from the 2003 gross receipts tax bonds. $4.1 million came from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in fiscal year 2020, and another $4.1 in fiscal year 2021. So that's a total of $27.3 million that has been appropriated thus far for this
30
project.
seconds.
Yes, thank you, you know. And I have to congratulate Mr. Simmons. I know he's an economist also, but he's very, very good with numbers, and I'm always, appreciative of your explanation. Real quickly before my time is called. So, the Mellon Bank balance and thing that in New York, what's the balance in that account now, Mr. Simmons?
Time.
Madam Chair, can I have him answer on the chair's time? Thank you.
You may.
We have approximately $162.3 million in the various debt service accounts held at the with the trustee, the Bank of New York Mellon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Blyden is not here right now. Let me just ask you very quickly, Miss Senator Blyden, are you ready? Can I give you a few minutes? I can. Mrs. Nicholas, very
Yes, ma'am.
quickly, just for the sake of those that are listening and viewing with us, could you please read for us the information on schedule, the $5.1 million, what the ask is, what the intended use of that $5.1 million is? Very quickly, if you
No
can do
problem,
that.
Madam Chair. The a la carte is divided by Pauli Joseph Stadium, the Terrence Martin Field, the Village site improvements, and Clomar improvements. Under the Pauli Joseph Stadium, we have adding the press box and announcers booth. That total is $385,000 for construction and design work. We're adding 50 premium seats behind home plate field. These will be seats like a stadium that has armchairs front and back. That total is included in the press box and announcers booth. We have backs that are added to the bleachers. All of the bleachers currently in the contract is aluminum benches. These backs will allow more comfort for the patrons, and that's a total of $150,000. Item number 4 is additional camera locations. We've coordinated with WTJX to have 4 camera locations pre-wired so that when the media is utilizing or televising the field, they will have designated located spots, and that's at $60,000. Item number 5, changing the outfield perimeter wall to concrete. That cost for design and construction is $1.025 million. Item 6 is adding the padding for safety for the outfield wall. That cost is $240,000. Item number 7 is adding the site generator so that games are not interrupted if we lose power. That is a total of $905,000 for the design and construction. Item number 8 is a camera platform at the outfield for the same WTJX cameras that we noted. It will have a roof and railings. It will not have walls, but there will be secure stairs. This is a design that is consistent with Clomar, and the total for design and construction, $64,000. When we look at an allowance, item number 9, field and concessions equipment, $500,000. There is no items for the Terrence Martin Field to be added. There are no items for the Christmas Crucian Festival to be added, the Festival Village, that is. And we're looking at the site improvements. Item number 10, changing the site lighting to solar for the parking lot. That total is $256,000. Item number 11 is lawn equipment that will be stored underneath the Terrence Martin bleachers. For maintenance, that is a total of $90,000. Item number 12, the perimeter fencing to secure the entire complex site. That total is $375,000. The next set of items is required for the Clomar improvements. 13, 10-foot wide drainage swale, that is east side, draining to the gut, that is $25,000. Hydro seeding the area, so we have a nice lawn, that is $12,500. Drainage swales on the west side of the area, that is $15,000. Item 16, parking lot retaining wall on the east side, that is $60,000. Item 17, excavation and compaction for the entire site, $12,000. Item 18, railing and guardrails, that is $30,000. 19, additional site grading, $105,500. $105,500, excuse me. Item number 20, design and adding security cameras. That total is $50,000. 21, relocate and adding the duct banks for the fiber. That there's fiber currently in the middle of the outfield. So the relocation of that and providing conduit only, that is $624,000. Item 22, relocating and putting new sewer manholes by the Terrence Martin Field. That is $90,000. This is a sewer manhole that has to be relocated because the existing is interfering in the Terrence Martin slab. And item 23, design of the WTJX connection. This will be a wireless connection so that the media truck can park in a designated spot and connect to the Polly Joseph Stadium facility. That is $50,000. Madam Chair, that is a total $5.124 million.
All right, thank you for your explanation, and I'm certain that we will have questions on the a la carte menu. Colleagues, Senator Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audiences. Staff, Central Staff, good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies.
Morning.
Let me start off by asking in respect to the contractor, GEC. And I know I was here when Commissioner Gabriel said he's out of the country.
Yes.
See, and that's the problem I have with many testifiers. We don't work in, this is not a one-man show. I'm sure he have foremen, he have managers, he have construction managers, etc., who should be able to present on his behalf, because it's important the type of funding and money we are paying for these investments, but at the same time they need to do their part. And with GEC, I have a problem because that's the same company that had major issues with Dunu and bringing Dunu online in terms of a housing crisis. That's a problem. And that's no, to me, that's no respect. So my question is, with GEC, do we have any issues in respect to their contract during the whole time they have been there at Paul E. Joseph Stadium? Because they are the ones who have us held up with our housing stock in terms of Dunu. So can you speak to that for me, please? Because I think that's critical and important to know.
Sure. Good morning. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. I think that any project of this magnitude brings with it inherent problems. We've been working through those problems with the contractor. There's been a number of issues. I think a lot of it even started with the Clomar issues that we had with FEMA, which caused a delay that was over a year. That has really set us back significantly, and we've been trying to catch up since then. I will say that, at least in my tenure in managing this project along with Mrs. Nicholas, the contractor has always been willing to come to the table to find creative solutions to overcome them, but the project is a challenge.
Well, thank you for putting that on the record. In respect to this stadium that we have been anticipating for some time now, and I know it's going to be a very good addition to our sports tourism industry, and also having different activities. I heard when my colleague asked earlier in respect to the fencing and the perimeter fencing and the concrete wall. Can you expand on that for me, please? Because I know in baseball, you want to see everything that's going on, but as you said, it's going to be used for different activities. So first, speak about why and where the concrete wall is going, and what type of other activities can we use the stadium for?
Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works Chief Engineer. So upgrading from a chain link fence for the outfield wall for Polly Joseph Stadium to a concrete fence is aesthetically pleasing and desired from the
1
resident
minute.
community. The issue of the concrete wall is because of the Clomar, we cannot interfere with the floodplain. So we are looking at alternative designs to make sure when we do put in a concrete wall that we do not interfere with the floodplain.
Very well, and Commissioner White, can you speak to, in terms of sports tourism, what other types of sports are we going to be utilizing at Stadium 4?
Yeah, Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports Park and Recreation.
30 seconds.
Obviously, the primary use of this facility is going to be baseball, but we have a unique opportunity to maybe use the facility to host concerts. Because of the size of the stadium, there's additional sports that we can also probably use the facility for, which we intend to do.
Okay, and in closing, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gabriel, are there any other items
Time.
in addition to this $5.1 million that we anticipate adding to this list?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yeah, so if you notice, we didn't include anything in this one for the Crucian Christmas Village. And a lot of that is because the current design that's being contemplated actually has a significant impact on the Clomar as well, the floodplain. So in order to avoid delays, we didn't include that at this point because we're weighing our options. Because again, we don't want to delay the project any further than we have to. So we're trying to minimally impact the floodplain while also maximizing on the opportunity to create a festival village. So I do think at some point in the future, we may need to speak to this body about more funding for our Christmas village.
Very well. Thank you so much for your testimony and responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator James Senior, you recognize your point of inquiry. Point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's along the same line of questioning of the previous speaker. I know when it was in its inception regarding the Poly-Joseph Stadium, one of the big concern was the Crucian Christmas Festival, and that was the big sell. So my question to you, from since it was passed, I think it was in the 31st or 32nd legislature, one of them, till now, did that $3 million increase as far as expenses for the Crucian Christmas Village? And if so, can you speak to your justification for the increase?
So, yeah, I'll take that question. I don't think it was, I think what happened is when we ran into the issues with FEMA, with the Clomar, we had to reevaluate the current design because what happened was it would have created a further delay with FEMA. The first Clomar, Senator, it was over a year.
I'm aware of that. I was the chair for that committee in my first term. I just want to know about the cost. Originally, it was about $3 million projected for the Crucian Christmas Festival Village. I need to know if that was increased.
No, so right now that's the current cost that we're carrying, $3 million.
With all the changes in construction and what have you.
That's what we're anticipating right now. That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So I think that the point or the conversation that Senator Blyden had with regards to the Crucian Christmas Festival kind of throws a little monkey wrench in this conversation because the expectation is that you're asking for another 5.1. So now we're up to $32.4 million on this project, right?
Yes, that's correct.
32.4, and your response was you may need additional funding for what?
For the accommodations for the Crucian Christmas, the Crucian Festival Village.
What I mean? Let's find out what I mean. Let's be clear on what I mean.
So right now, the current design what was contemplated is having some booths, some other issues, some small slabs that would have had an impact on the current Clomar that we have. That is going to need to be redesigned so that we're able to accommodate the festival village. I don't know, Tawana, you want to add anything else?
I would like to add that the booths would be permanent booths, similar to the booths at the Agriculture Fairgrounds. We do have an agreed upon layout with the Division of Tourism, Department of Tourism. It also includes, the scope of work also includes a permanent stage. So it is thought not only would this be used for the festival village, but it can be used for a jazz festival or other similar events.
Is
So
it in this?
It is not.
So what is that number?
That number is a $3 million.
So it's another 3 million.
Correct, but it's not included in here because the booths themselves will interfere with the floodplain, so designs need to be further analyzed or discussed, and we do not want to delay completion of this project any further.
Yeah, so you're basically saying that, I think when we asked the question earlier, you noted that this project is slated to take another year to December of 2024, the last quarter in the end of 24. That was correct? That's what you said?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So let's say December, January of 24. So it means that we have another year to ensure that we are able to ensure that we will have the Crucian Christmas Festival at that site.
With regards to the festival, that's correct. However, the
So-
stadium itself can still be utilized and
Okay.
in operation without the festival village there.
No. We don't miss don't miss what I'm trying to establish. I totally understand that the stadium will be able to be utilized. The question is, can we have the Crucian Christmas Festival on that site absent of those other ancillary items that's necessary for this project?
So I think in order for us to answer that question, design is going to continue in parallel with the current scope that we're discussing. We're hoping that at some point in that parallel design, that we could finish the design for the festival village and come back to you with some definitive answers, so we could say, this is what this $3 million will look like, this is what we'll spend it on, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver it with the full project in the in the last quarter of 24.
So what are the true plans to get this done? And, so the last thing we want to do is have another conversation about this. We thought that, and I'm certain that the Senate President who's bringing this forward for the executive branch as the president of the institution thought that this was encompassing of all that was necessary. The last thing that we want to do is say to our constituents that, look, we still have another tranche to take care of. So what's the discussion? Where are the plans with regards to this other $3 million? Is there an earnest conversation? Do we have a timeline? Are we going to see something by when?
So right now, we are having serious discussions with all stakeholders. I believe that in the first quarter of 24, I would anticipate that we have a solution to this.
All right, this definitely take a different turn in this conversation here today. Senator Blaine, you recognize your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner White, in respect to this investment of some $32 million, which I do support, can you speak or let us know in terms of what conversations have been had before it's finished in terms of major or minor league teams using it for practice and seeing if there can be exhibition games, etc., to assure that, this investment is really, going to be worth the investment for us in the territory? Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, Senator. Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. If you look at a lot of the items in the a la carte, it speaks to that investment, $32 million. The original design had aluminum bleachers, no seat backs. Me and my team have been attending teams conferences, looking for sports destination organizations. We just went to one in October. And this field would be able to accommodate a lot of the things that teams are looking for, 300 feet from home plate to outfield, locker rooms. So we are already having those discussions with organizations, talking about them choosing St. Croix as a destination for their sporting event.
Thank you for that. Good to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I need to go to the next speaker, but I need to address the discussion, Commissioner White. I'm going to go to the next speaker, and then I'm going to come back to it. Senator Oh, I need to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin Johnson. He's on the island of St. Croix. Good morning, Senator Johnson, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. Senator James. Senator DeGraff, you went already? Senator DeGraff. Oh, Senator James spoke, that's why. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
I cool. Maybe he had an early flight, you know. I good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Well, I always like to put on the record, I've never voted for Paulie Joseph because of things like this. Every time we come to a number, the number gets expanded. But I'm willing to support today because I want to see the end. I want to see the end of this and get this up to par for, what it could do for the territory. But when I hear my colleagues get baffled, you're going to make us, before our hair used to be pulled out, now you're going to make me grow hair. Because I'm saying now, we keep adding, and we ain't adding, well, we need an extra $150 here, we need an extra $300 here. We add in millions of dollars every time. And I stayed up all night. I came in here to fight. I was up all night pacing. I came ready. We're going to take $5 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. I came ready to fight. But, they simmer me down with this amendment. I think so far, that sent me in. I remember my days of, this was almost in comparison to some of the arrests I made, man. You're getting gunfight, you're getting fist fight. I was ready because Internal Revenue Matching Fund, it would have been a fight. But I'm glad, and like I say, I'm on board. I'm willing to support this. But I guarantee you, if I'm here after 5.1, I ain't voting for another dime, not me. So I could hear it from now. I may vote yes for this, but it will never be another yes for no extra $3 million for this. Add everything in one time. We in a crunch where we try to get money for waste management. We try to get money to clean up this territory. The government ain't got no money. But we got money for pouring it into this whole. I went to Paulie Joseph Stadium, and I hope the $5 million, 5.1, does the trick. I really am in full support to finish this here. Let's get it done. People at St. Croix have waited. Make me a believer, because I've never supported Paulie Joseph, and for the mere fact that I considered it one of the black holes, like the government general fund, a black hole. You just pour money into it, and they continue pouring money into it. So I ain't afraid to say my stance. But if we could make it happen for the 5.1, and then we figure out about the Crucian festival and all of that, and then get those permanent states, very good ideas. But they should have been factored in a long time ago. We doing fencing, then we changing a fence to put in a wall. And I understand. The idea should have been
1 minute
world-class stadium from get-go. I could have seen that, but I saw, people were just trying to rebuild Paulie Joseph for how the old Paulie Joseph Stadium was, and that's why I never supported. I didn't think what was being done was taken seriously. But in the numbers that we spoke about, where I see something like construction for additional camera locations, number 3. Then we go down to
30 seconds.
Addition of a camera platform at outfield for camera. That's in addition to the 4 additional camera locations?
Good morning, Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works, Chief Engineer. That is inclusive of. So that is the 4th camera location in the outfield.
Okay, so 3 is construction of 4 additional camera locations, and then number 5 is addition of a camera platform at the outfield.
Correct.
Time.
But all of that isn't under, just to wrap up, Madam Chair, so the construction of 4 platforms is 60,000, and the additional camera platform for outfield cameras, including roof railing and secure stairs, come to 64,000. That's what got me thrown off. We have 60,000 for the 4.
So then
the 1 is for 64,000.
So you can look at it, Senator. Item number 4 consists of the infrastructure, the wiring, the conduits, the plug-in locations for the cameras. 3 of them are on the stadium itself. We have in the left field, right field dugout, and then we have in the upper concourse. That makes 3. The 4th is in the outfield. So when it's out in the field, so we do need to build a platform. We don't have existing infrastructure to locate that 4th.
Oh, okay, we'll put everything be conduited underground and
Correct.
out. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Senator Francis, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to Commissioner Gabriel and the Chief Engineer in respect to the Clomar. Obviously, what we're hearing here is that the rationale behind of not including the Christmas Festival village build-out at this time is because you're seeking the complete approval of the Clomar, and that in fact, if you're allowed to go with the current design of the Christmas Festival, that will present some challenges for the Clomar. Is that correct? Or can you further identify the technical issues in regards to the approval of the Clomar?
So, Senator, based on the current scope with the chain link fence and no Christmas festival, we do have an approved Clomar. And conditions of the Clomar are in that section, scope of work items that we must do to be consistent and compliant with the Clomar. The addition of the concrete wall and festival booths, those designs would need to be presented back to DPNR to make sure that they are compliant with our Clomar requirements.
Very well, and that design have not been done yet.
That is correct, Senator.
That's still pending design.
Correct, Senator.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator James, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question to Commissioner Calvert-White, which is not a new question, but regarding the maintenance plan for this facility, that was one of the things that was discussed in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands when this situation arose with, I think at the time it was $8.2 million as a result of Act number 8326. Can you speak to the completion of the maintenance plan to make sure that moving forward, once this is completed, at least somewhere in the fiscal year budget, we can see some appropriation there to make sure that we can maintain the facility? So we're depending on you for that number.
Yeah. Calvert-White, Commissioner, Sports Park and Recreation. You're absolutely correct, Senator. Prior, and not when the facility has been completed, but prior to it being completed, the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation obviously will have to submit what is to the legislature, to OMB, because I'm going to need additional employees to man this facility. I think, and I don't have it off the top of my head, it was about 4 or 5 employees that is going to be able to be stationed at the Polly Joseph Terrence Martin facility. That was another reason why equipment and storage was added in the a la carte, because we're going to need equipment to maintain the facility.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. So, how much longer are you going to need to find out what that cost would look like as far as to maintain the facility?
I have the cost. Okay. It just has not been submitted, obviously, because the facility is not completed. I think looking at the proposed completion date now, I will submit those numbers for the FY25 budget.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record, and that is something that I will be looking forward to. You know, because it hurts my heart to see some people talk ill on the project, and I get it. Some people are disappointed. You know, everybody have their feelings about this project, but it is what it is. Whether they like Governor Brian or not, we must admit that they move forward in the Brian Roach administration, and I'm happy to know that this will be completed. Now, as far as construction and parking, I know most of the times when we have the Crucian Christmas Festival, let's say for instance next year, do you have an idea of when this project will be completed to make sure that it doesn't really interfere too much with the parking and the activities going on for next year Crucian Christmas Festival, or is going to be completed before that?
So this year's Crucian Christmas Festival.
Not this year, next year.
So next year we will probably have that parking. We've always had that parking where the old Little League field is, and that will continue to be, and plans to be, overflow parking for the Crucian Christmas Festival time.
Okay, so it's not going to have any negative impact?
It should not.
Okay. And trust me, I fully understand the whole situation with the Cloma. It was a heartbreaker when we heard about it. I can't remember which hearing that was, but it was a committee hearing that was chairing, and we were all excited. And it was sometime during COVID when we heard
30
about the
seconds.
Cloma. But as far as any other impact that this Cloma may have on the project, is there anything else we should know?
No, Senator.
Okay. And as far as Act number 8326, Act number 8326 is very clear, and it says, Section 4, no later than 30 days after the enactment of this Act, the Department of Public Works shall provide project timelines that include a schedule of completion for the Parley Georgia Stadium, Terrence Martin Softball Field, and the Festival Village. So I'm assuming as that Cloma situation arrived or came up, you made changes to what was expected of you in Section 4, or you already had it completed, Public Works, as far as the timelines and what have you?
Yes, so every other month, we do submit through the Senate President those updates. When we did receive the Clomar, that Clomar certificate was submitted to this body, and the last update was actually mid-September. I think September 18th was the last report, and we do plan to issue another report next week, which would be for the period ending October 31st of this year.
Thank you. My time was called. I don't want to abuse my time. I will just look forward to the next one. That way I'm not reading outdated information. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So let's go back to the maintenance. When I said that I was going to come back to the discussion around the sports tourism and the sports commission, it was tied to the actual maintenance. And Commissioner White, you mentioned, I think the Vice President of the Legislature asked specifically about, what should we be looking forward to seeing as far as sports tourism? And your response was, we could do concerts, etc. But I know that there was a meeting that was held with the governor sometime in 2019 at the University of the Virgin Islands with the senators at the time. And there were two senators that was concerned about how do we ensure that this facility is able, after investing, now is going to be $35.5 million, upwards of that number. After the territory investing that type of money, we need to see some ROI, right? And in seeing that ROI, there was some work, there was a commitment that was made, and ROI is return on investment. There was a commitment that was made to us at the time that the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation would be doing, going out and engaging with, I guess, sports teams, etc. And I know that the project is not completed, and you said that you are in talks, but it's important that we see an agreement. I don't think it's sufficient enough for us to hear that y'all will be putting a budget, and I'm seeing the budget director looking at me about it because we know what the numbers look like. We have to generate revenues on this project. So we need to get some agreements from these sports teams, etc., that you all have been visiting with to ensure that we are able to see the revenue so we can cover the expenses of the 5 employees and to maintain this facility, because we want to see that this facility will be properly maintained. But it's a little more than, we engaging in talks. We need to get some solid commitments. We got a date from the Public Works, based on what GEC has shared with regards to December, the last quarter in 2024. So what we need to have happen, and I have to put this on the record, that in the year 2025, we need agreements with teams that we are visiting and having discussions with, that they will be having their practice, or whatever we call it in the sports world, that they will be coming down to the territory, the training camps, etc. They will be coming down to the Island District of St. Croix for their training opportunities, so we can generate revenues for this project. We have to. So tell us what type of discussions you're having, and how serious are those discussions, and how close are you to coming to some level of an agreement with at least one team?
So, Senator, I'm going to be absolutely blunt with you.
Okay.
We're talking about a project that started in 2012. When we're having these discussions with what we call destination organizations, they're fully aware, because they do their research on the length that this facility has been being built. For us to say that we want someone to commit and sign an agreement to come to the territory, when, let's be honest, the timeline of this facility has been changing over the years, it's a little far-fetched. Now, I will say, we have verbal commitments of people that want to travel to the territory. I mean, it's an easy sell. But I think until we could get closer to a complete facility, if I'm running an event, I'm not going to commit to that. And I think that's our challenge right now, having people to say that they're going to come, not knowing the exact timeline when the facility will be finished.
Thank you for your response, but I have to say that I vehemently disagree with what you're saying, because there should be some collaboration between Public Works, the contractor, sports parks, and all concerned, so we could come up with a hard date, because we have to know what we're looking towards. We have to have, we have to lay out this foundation and say to GEC, this is our drop dead date, and we don't have no more time. We have to do it. So it's not okay for us to say that we're coming to the legislature for the money. We have to do some background work, some legwork to make this happen. It's just that important to our economy, and it's that important to our bottom line at the end of the day. So I'm not going to belabor the issue. I'm urging the administration to take this matter very seriously. $35.5 million is not a little bit of money to bat your eye at, and we need to be generating the necessary revenues once this project is completed. There's a December date. Hold your contractor to the December date, absent of any challenges. We have to be able to come to some kind of agreement with some entity with regards to where we're going. So if we're leaving that alone up to the sports parks commissioner, you know, I see why he would have that feeling. He have every right to make that response that he made, because there must be some cohesive collaboration within the administration to ensure that we are meeting that date and we are able to see something that's productive for the people of the Virgin Islands, particularly the Island District of St. Croix. So I want to make sure that I put that on the record squarely. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just to continue along the line of the discussion, you know, we find ourselves in a pickle with GEC. Here it is that we lack the confidence to believe that they will be able to complete this project in a timely fashion so that we could do what we need to do in terms of entering agreements with sports destination for the future. That's an embarrassment. There's no way that we could wait for it to be built for us to start the conversation. The conversation have to start well before. Tourism, Port Authority, WICO, they're negotiating for items now in 2026, 2027 to be able to have cruise ships to come into our ports. They ain't waiting for the place to be dredged. They ain't waiting for Crown Bay to be built out. All of these conversations have to start in earnest, and the level of commitment well in advance of that. And that's the level of respect after we spend $32 million on this project that GEC could be out of the country and they don't have a representative here today. When are we going to demand respect as a government? It's unacceptable. They're tying our hands and we can't have legitimate conversation to make sure that we're having revenues come in. Because if we don't do it in a timely fashion, those teams are going to be going elsewhere. That's the fact of the matter. We have 3-5 years out is what it requires for us to be able to plan these type of destinations. So I hear what you're saying, and I respect that this has been going on for quite some time, and it's hard for you to have conversations with individuals knowing that we don't know what is going to happen. But GC cannot continue to hold us hostage to this project. It's unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, if I may.
Thank you. 1 second. Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. I see Mr. Doe in the audience. Probably I need to ask him to help you.
So,
who has a point of inquiry, Senator?
If I may, Senator.
You can proceed.
First, I want to put it on the record that I work closely with this team. There's nothing that happened with this project that Ms. Nichols doesn't inform me about, and the commissioner. So I just want to put that in the record. I think the point that I was making as far as events, trying to commit to an event, as some of you guys may know, I also work closely with Paradise Dam Tournament. We had some teams supposed to come summer that just went. And hundreds of thousands of dollars was already spent. And the hotel was not ready in the time that they said they was ready. And those investments was lost. And that's what I'm trying to portray, that event organizations want to be clear that when they make that investment, that they're coming to a finished project.
Thank you for your response. Senator Bleding, recognized for your point of inquiry. Then we're going to go to Senator DeGraff, and then we're going to go to Senator Franklin Johnson for his 4 minutes. Senator Bleding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner White, in respect to this investment of some $35.5 million, and I know you and your team do work hard in terms of upkeeping our different sporting facilities. Have there been any plan and or discussion in respect to the stadium in terms of maintenance and maintaining it in terms of contracts and or working with within this space?
Absolutely. So I think, like, I don't know if you stepped out. The number that we had was about 5 employees, facility supervisor. You're going to need several groundskeepers, custodians on property. I have already gotten a cost of what it's going to cost to employ those employees. I just haven't sent it to OMB because we don't have a finished facility yet. My estimation is that it will be sent, or during my budget hearing, that acts will come for those additional employees, because we're going to need staff to man that facility.
Very well, and I think it's important to also put it on the record because it comes at a cost, and it's a critical area in terms of assuring that the place stays up to spec. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bleding. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I didn't want to leave the moment pass, so I want to lend my voice to what you are saying, Madam Chair, and to what Mr. President is saying. So we stand united in regards to our position on this going forward, because again, it shouldn't be fragmented. All of us as a body stand, we invest in money and we want to return our investment. That's how I see these things to be done. The government isn't for profit, but we still say we're going to put in $35 million, push that, you know, we got to push it a little more. So we in support of what you're saying, but we need that urgency to get it done. You know, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner Gabriel, what's the urgency? What is the discussions that we're having with GC? Do they understand where we are? Do they understand how much of the people's money has gone into this and the importance of us seeing a finished product? And what is the discourse around us having that drop dead date?
There are several conversations, Madam Chair. We continue to meet with them. Not only do we meet with the project team on a weekly, bi-weekly basis, on a monthly basis, I continue to talk to the contractor. There are larger conversations, of course, not only including the sports parks and recreation team, but other members of this administration as well. I think it's no understatement to say that the contractor squarely understands the importance of this project to the administration, but also to the people of St. Croix. They understand that there is a strong sense of urgency to complete this project and to show progress. I think just the simple progress that we've seen over the last 12 months kind of underscores that sense of urgency. I think everybody sitting in this chambers would agree that we've seen progress on this project in the last 12 months that we haven't seen in the last 5 years. So my team and I feel comfortable standing on it. We stand on the work that we do. We stand on the meetings that we have, and the contractor squarely understands the importance of this project and delivering the project on time and on schedule.
Thank you for your response. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At times, I wonder if I should support or support not, but I will definitely agree with the Commissioner's last statement over these past few months. I generally take a walk down to the park and go through the facility, and about 2 weeks ago, I pretty much had a tour of the entire facility. Some of the lights are already up, so I see some progress, but very disappointed in the pace of work. What I would like to ask the Commissioner, is there anything in this contract that will make sure that if they don't reach this drop dead date, that the company be paying some kind of penalties?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good morning, Commissioner Derek Gabriel, Department of Public Works. Yes, so all of our construction contracts have I guess, like what we call liquidated damages. So if they don't meet the date, we enforce them. I just want to, and I'm not making excuses for anybody, but we did have significant delays when it came to the CLOMAR process, and that kind of complicated how we go after liquidated damages for this particular project.
You know, I look at the change orders and some of the things that are coming in, and been around ballpark. I've been involved in baseball. It's my thing. It's what my family been involved in. And when I'm going to look at a change order and see that a press box needs to be added, these are things that was took out of this contract. Half of these things that we're putting back in, and that's why it's very disappointing to me. You couldn't build a ballpark without a press box. Very clear about that. And now we find ourselves in a position where we need to find these additional funds to complete this project, and I understand it. And I wanted to, chime in on what Commissioner Calvert-White spoke about, and I don't think you went in depth to satisfy my colleagues. You mentioned the folks with Paradise Jam. I keep saying this. This ballpark completion is a money-making affair. The same way you do a Paradise Jam with basketball. Bring them in here in the winter time. Duplicate that in baseball. They don't have much places to play, and you get those college teams, you get a top 5 college baseball team, and you're into that. Bring a tournament here every year. It can't be just for today and tomorrow. It has to be consistent. And these are the things I would want to hear from you, Commissioner, because if we don't lock in these collegiate teams, we're wasting our money, because we ourselves could probably only use it for concert. But it should have steady baseball. We have produced a lot of minor leagues and major league players. We got to get back to giving children opportunity in doing something different in life. It just can't be all basketball. We don't have a bunch of six-foot-walls walk around here playing ball well.
1 minute.
We have a lot of young, talented people. So, Commissioner, what's the thought, based on what I just said, as far as having something like Paradise Jam in the baseball segment of it, utilizing this park, especially throughout the winter season?
Good day, Senator. So I full-heartedly agree with you. I have no doubt in my mind that we'll be able to keep this facility filled with destination events. Teams right now are looking for places to travel. It's cold in the States. They want to get to a warm destination. So I have no doubt, Senator Johnson, that we'll be able to
30
get sports
seconds.
tourism and get teams and organizations in that facility. That's one of the reasons why we made the decision to add the connections to WTJX, because we feel that we're going to get so many people coming that these are things that we want to broadcast to the mainland, not just locally. Again, my team are going to the sporting events, soliciting to these different
Time.
organizations to come to the territory, and we will continue to do so.
I'll just wrap up and say this. You think a basketball team bringing people, check a baseball team out. You have a 25-man roster. That doesn't count none of the physicians, none of the coaches, none of the fans or supporters. So if you bring 4 teams, you already start out bringing 100 people, just players.
No disagreement.
This
with
have to work. This have to work. Madam Chair, may I wrap up with one question to Mr. O'Neill?
You may.
Given the urgent to complete the stadium project, what is the anticipated timeline for accessing and utilizing funds from the Community Facility Trust Funds account? What's the timeline? How soon can this money be available to make sure that this project don't have a halt to it and it go forward?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Please recognize the
Thank
mic of the director.
Thank you, Senator, for the question, Director O'Neill. The funds are available to be used as soon as the bill is approved and signed into law. It will be available.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm glad the senator asked about that because you all know that this chair do not appropriate monies that are not available. And I have yet to see the report for the Community Facilities Trust Fund. I need the report in order for us to make this vote today. We have to see the balance. We have to see the report. So please, make sure that we get a report. I'm not going to make any decisions blindly. Just from my experience last fiscal year with those fund balances that came before this committee that were in the red.
Senator, if I could just briefly respond. That fund, the Community Facilities Trust Fund, is managed by the Public Finance Authority. It's not the same fund balance report that you would see typically for all. So we will have that sent to you shortly from the team at PFA.
I'm very much aware of where the funds are managed, and it doesn't look the same, but we still need a report. Okay? I think we're going to go to the sponsor, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say to the team that I've sat where you sit, and I understand the position that you sit in. And I know that when you meet with these individuals, you give them hell. But you do that in silo. Mm-hmm. This is a public setting, and we have an opportunity to, again, satisfy some of the concerns that you have that you wouldn't put on the record because of where you sit. And we could be able to satisfy this community because that's who we have to go out and answer to. Mm-hmm. That's who view these sessions and understand that we're not just giving money for giving's sake, that we're expecting some work to be done when this money is given. So don't feel no way about these tough, probative questions because it's our responsibility to reassure this community, who is the taxpayers, that in fact their money is being well spent and we're holding those individuals accountable for these expenditures. Near completion. I don't know, I kind of highlighted that word, those words when I read the testimony this morning, and I just want to, again, get from you, Chief Engineer and Public Works Commissioner, the $5.1 million, $5,124,000. At the conclusion of that, will do what for us? Will we have a stadium that will be completed? Absence of the Crucian Festival, we'll deal with that later on. Will we have a stadium that's completed and ready for conversation to be turned over to Sports Park and Recreation?
Yes, we will have a stadium, the Polly Joseph Stadium, as well as the Terrence Martin softball field.
Yes.
With the 5.1 in addition to the $3 million that remain, the 3.7 that's remain, correct?
That is correct.
I am coming for no more money for the stadium.
Not
Any
for the-
more requests will be for
Village.
The village.
the village.
That's correct.
I come in for some. For employees.
Today is November the 7th, 2023. Mine. Today is November 7th. Because again, we can't just continue to throw money after this project. We have so much more important issues plaguing this community that we have to close the door on this one and move on. So Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation, my favorite guy, Calvert White, in regards to your conversation, are we just looking at baseball teams? Are we talking with cricket? Are we talking with boxing? What other teams are you having conversation with? I know that you travel throughout the United States and engage in various sports activities.
1 minute.
Can you speak to some of those other sports that you're looking at keeping at this facility?
Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. Absolutely, Senator, we are not just looking at baseball. If you look at the dimensions of the field, we've had conversations with lacrosse. We've had conversations with rugby. We have a lot of flag football organizations that want to come to the territory. So we can do a number of things in that facility. And like I said, it's going
30
to
seconds.
be used for multi-purposes.
Very well. Thank you very much. And my time is about to expire, and I didn't want to leave the opportunity to commend the work that have been done. Thank you to the chief engineer for your stick-to-itiveness and really looking over this project. We could see the improvements, and I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to see some of the photos. But we gotta get it done at the end of
Thank
the
you,
day.
Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. We're going to ask media to bring up the photos as soon as, and then if you have one burning question, we'll allow that, but we want to close this part of the meeting. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly before we get to the pictures, my question to Commissioner Calvert White, as far as opportunities for marketing and advertising, maximizing the use of the facility for private companies to be able to do a public-private partnership, spend some money, get advertisement, and being able to utilize the facility. Some of those days when we have cruise ship passengers utilizing the concession stand with sports parks and recreation. Can you speak to some of those ideas to generate other forms of revenues when it comes to utilizing this facility and maximizing the use of it?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. So obviously there will be some marketing opportunities. Branding is a big thing now, whether you put banners or people name around the facility. So those are things that we're going to look at. One thing I didn't mention to Senator Fred Gregory is probably in the first quarter of the new year, we are going to be sending out an RFP for a feasibility study for that park. Revenue generating, the economic impact that this facility is going to cause. So sometimes people that say if they don't know it's happening, it's not happening. We probably need to do a better job of that. But we're not waiting till the facility is finished to look for opportunities where we're going to generate revenue for the island of St. Croix.
I just want to close by saying that the Virgin Islands produce a lot of talented athletes, and times where we have cruise ship passengers coming to the St. Croix, sports parks and recreation can utilize the facility. They can be able to have like a mini museum explaining some of the historic facts of some of our athletes from Major League Baseball. While they're visiting the site, they can be able to patronize or utilize the concession stand or everything and make it entertaining for them. That's all I'm basically saying. So I look forward to seeing those revenue generating ideas so you can be able to maximize every single square foot of that property. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Commissioner, when you say a feasibility study, I'm very unclear what I mean.
So between the Office of the Governor, Sports, Park and Recreation and Tourism, we wanted to come up with an action plan prior to the facility being completed. Things that we wanted to do, whether not just the sporting part of it, but as I stated, we could do concerts in there, ways to generate revenue, marketing. All of this is going to be in this feasibility studies. Basically just an action plan for the department so that when the facility opens, we have a plan of how we're going to run the facility.
And we are going to pay someone to do that for us.
It can be done with several government agencies. I don't know if that's the best thing that we want to do. Obviously, tourism handles the territory's marketing, so that's we can go through tourism. But I know it's going to help us with our plan for this facility.
All right, well, so I see this as a huge investment that the territory has made and that we're going to make and continue to make because we want to see the project completed. And the good senator, the Millennium Senator, asked specifically about public-private partnership. And I believe that this particular project is ripe for a true discussion about public-private partnership. We would have spent 35, as of this discussion is 32.4. The other conversation with regards to the Crucian Christmas Festival will take it to about $35.5, $36 million. Let's just say $36 million. So this facility is ripe for a public-private partnership. And I really think that that's the discussion that needs to be had so we can ensure that the teams come in and that we don't have a situation where we're coming back to this body to ask for additional funding to maintain this facility. I think we have to think a little broader and wider, and we got, be a little more creative as to how we are going to. I'm certain that when we started out, we probably didn't start out where we are today, but we are where we are. So we have to really think about what do we want this to look like for the Island District of St. Croix, and how do we generate true revenues around this project. I see this project as a real opportunity to generate revenues. And some may say, well, we need hotel rooms. So we need to have those discussions because we do need hotel rooms in St. Croix. So we have to figure this out. But this cannot be a regular sports park, recreation facility that we are having little. We got to think big on this. That's basically what I'm saying. This is a think big project. It has become a think big project, and we need to make it a think big project and make it a project that we are all proud of. It took us a while to get where we are, but we are all proud of when it's all said and done. We're able to show these are the revenues that we are generating from this project.
So Senator, with destination events, obviously, and we're going to need the private to be involved in these projects. We're talking about transportation, the taxi drivers. We're talking about when teams and people come, restaurants are going to be full. So
give me the public-private partnership piece. That's what we're trying to get.
So again, when these teams are coming, obviously they're going to be marketing opportunities. They're going to be companies that want to get their product or their business out there. That's where we're going to be looking into these community people for them to invest in the facility to help us with these organizations.
All right. Thank you for your responses. We're going to allow is there anybody that wants, we have to do there's a point and then we have to close. We need to do you can go ahead. So let media know that we're ready to roll up the video once Senator DeGraff is finished.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One major concern I have is I see these fields in the stadiums in the states where they have the fields that if rain, water come, regardless of what that area is a flood zone. So how do we get water? One, it's already been worked on, directing it away. But the surface itself, rain comes down, what type of surface are we putting in? Are we putting in a special surface to address, moving water away from it that the place dries out quicker?
Senator Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works Chief Engineer. So as part of the CLOMAR requirements, you will see the swale. It is going to be regular grass. We do have hydroseeding in the a la carte, but the grading the swales and carrying the flood waters to the nearby gut is the plan for stormwater management.
Oh, okay, so that's a major concern. Thank you for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, media, are you ready? You can explain.
Okay, senators, at the top right-hand side, you will see we have the left field bleachers. We're looking at center field with the iconic towers, and you can just see the left field bleachers on the right-hand side of the top picture. The bottom picture is a close-up of the left field bleachers. You can see we have formwork with some of the construction crew. There are 7 sections on each side of the bleachers where they pour a section at a time. That formwork is lifted and then carried over to the next section. Next pictures. So this is your entryway. The C is to my back, so you have left field and right field tower, painted, plastered, and painted. This is a view where we just have the formwork on the right field side. Currently, we already have the rebar on the slanted side, and we have the first section ready to pour in the field today. Next picture. So this is close-up view. So on the right-hand side, this is close-up view of the bleachers just being poured and finished. On the left side, we have the stairs. This is the right field stairway that just finished pour and being finished. That is already complete today. This is a concrete truck and a conveyor system for the same right field stairway towers that was on a pour day. This is the interior concrete block walls. I'm on the left field side, so that's a female restroom, and in the background you can see the concessions area. This is built up to where we have 14 out of 18 rows already laid and installed for the entire ground floor. And this is continued progress, but again, we're 14 rows out of 18 completely installed, left field, right field, locker rooms, restrooms.
Thank you. All right, I think we've exhausted. Do we have any? Let me see, let me make sure. Okay, I think we've exhausted our... Senator Johnson, you have a point? Okay. Yes? No? Okay, good. All right, so we've exhausted our discussion for today on this particular matter. Usually our Culture, Youth, Asian, and Sports and Parks committee chair will be here with us, and I believe that this discussion needs to be followed up in that particular committee, and perhaps at that time, the GEC contractor would be able to make that meeting, but I definitely think that there needs to be lots more discussions around this particular investment and the future of this investment. You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-533. I'm being offered by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory to amend Bill number 35-0180. Bill number 35-0180 is amended by striking Internal Revenue Matching Fund wherever it appears in the bill and inserting Community Facilities Trust Fund. I so move.
Amendment number 35-533 to Bill number 35-0180 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, Senator James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
You're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for the construction and site improvements of the Paulie Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the legislature of the Virgin Islands as amended, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and send on to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Bill number 35-0180 as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Giovanni James Sr. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, we have 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0180, an act appropriating $5,124,000 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in fiscal year September 30th, 2024 for construction and site improvements of the Paul E. Joseph Stadium project and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to submit status reports of the project to the legislature of the Virgin Islands as amended has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. All right. Commissioner Gabriel, you could give a 30-second close, as well as Director, 30-second close, Commissioner Gabriel. He said no. You can proceed.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, of course, thank this committee for your questions, always for the dialogue surrounding this project. Again, the Department of Public Works, myself and Chief Engineer, Mrs. Nicholas, we're committed not only to finishing out this project, but just about all of our parks, every single capital project that we have. I know Commissioner White and I talk all the time about the status of all of his parks. We are committed to closing them out for the people of the territory so we could get back to being active. So we look forward to the continued dialogue, and I look forward to our ribbon cutting on this project. Thank you.
I think I should give Commissioner White an opportunity to close as well, because at the end of the day,
appreciate that.
Once this project is completed, he's going to have to figure out what direction, along with the community, but the lead definitely. So you may proceed, Commissioner White.
My closing, first of all, thanks for this opportunity. I really want to thank Tawana for the work that she's doing in this project. Tawana is the real MVP of this project.
She's a girl.
She's a bulldog, and there's no secret that the movement that we're seeing now with this project is on because of her leadership. So I just want to thank her. Mr. Gabriel ain't do nothing. That's the real MVP. But I stand on my word that, we are now on our third administration under this project. And I'm confident that this administration, under the leadership of Commissioner Gabriel, will be the one that cut the ribbon to Paulie Joseph Stadium.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. And I think what came out of this discussion today is we have lots of work to do to make sure that this is successful, not only in the completion, but for the future. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please call up block number 2?
Block 2, Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of 17 million or so much of that sum as is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipts, taxes, revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor, establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds, proposed by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, VI Public Finance Authority, Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Anthony A. Otley, President and Chief Executive Officer, the West Indian Company Limited, and Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And who is it from?
It's from Commissioner Oriol.
Okay, so I'm going to hold on that until the testifiers put their name and titles on the record, and then we will hear his testimony. All right. So these funds are coming from the debt service. So we're going to start with Mr. Nathan Simmons. We're going to ask you all to put your name and title on the record. Start with Mr. Simmons. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Good morning. My name is Preston Byer. I'm the Director of Engineering with the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning. Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Cruise Services, the West Indian Company.
Good morning. Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, the West Indian Company.
And we have the CEO on the line on Teams. Mr. Anthony Otley, are you here?
Good morning. I'm here.
Please put your name.
Good morning. Anthony A. Otley, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Simmons, you have testimony, correct? You may proceed with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me ask the sponsor, on behalf, by request of the Governor, to present the measure. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone once again. Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million, so much of that sum as is necessary in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, from the excess funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes, revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds. This measure is being offered at the request of the Honorable Governor Albert Brand Jr. It would use the debt service reserve to fund dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor Channel and Turning Basin, which has been identified as a approved project. It takes ongoing investment for the Virgin Islands to remain competitive in the tourism destination. Cruise ships are getting bigger and bigger, and in order for the territory to safely receive these vessels and capture the revenue from larger ships and port calls, we must be able to receive these ships. Other Caribbean destinations have undertaken similar projects, thereby funneling valuable tourism dollars away from the territory. Enhancing and protecting our tourism product and building our tourism infrastructure will take critical investments to accomplish these goals. Your support for the use of the debt service reserve funds to accomplish dredging for the Charlotte Amalie Harbor, inclusive of the Waiko berth, turning basin and entrance channel is appreciated, and I ask for my colleagues' support on this as we continue to make St. Thomas the optimal destination in the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Mr. Simmons, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Honorable Donald A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. At your request, I am here today to provide testimony with respect to Bill number 35-0191, which would appropriate the sum of $17 million, or so much of that sum as is necessary, in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipts tax revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. The bill also establishes reporting requirements for the expended funds. The Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority is fully in support of the bill for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. On April 20, 2022, the authority was advised by the trustee for the gross receipts tax revenue bonds, the Bank of New York Mellon, that as of February 28, 2022, the gross receipts tax debt service reserve fund contained excess funds in the aggregate amount of $17,488,519.97. Subsequently, on July 15, 2022, the authority's Board of Directors adopted Resolution 22-025, which authorized the use of $17 million from the excess in the authority's debt service reserve funds for the gross receipts tax loan notes to fund the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor and turning basin on St. Thomas. At the time this proposal was developed, we were advised by the trustee that the excess funds had grown to $18,767,003.22. As outlined in the proposed bill, the authority and the government determined that the excess funds, minus a cushion of approximately 9.42%, or $1,767,003.22, to protect the value of the investments in the event of interest rate changes, may be used to fund this project. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. I am available to respond to questions from the members of this committee and other senators present with respect to the legislation under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. We will now hear from Mr. Anthony Otley, President and Chief Executive Officer of the West Indian Company.
Good morning. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, Senate President and Vice Chair Novell E. Francis, committee members, other senators present, legislative staff, media, viewing and listening public, good day. I am Anthony Otley, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0191 regarding the Public Finance Authority contributing $17 million to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to fund the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. Representing WICO in person today are Charlene Turnbull, CFO, and Mark Sabino, Director of Marine Operations and Cruise Services. My appearance is virtual since my attendance at the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association Conference and Trade Show in Mexico was confirmed prior to receiving the chair's invitation. The West Indian Company Limited supports the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, contributing $17 million to VIPA for the purpose of removing more than 200,000 cubic yards of silt, storm runoff, and other material from the Charlotte-Amalia Access Channel, its turning basin, and the berthing area along the West Indian Company dock. Please note, this dredging project is in no way related to port development, but only to long overdue port maintenance required to avert potentially dire safety hazards and to secure the territory's economic future. All of our cruise partners agree and they support the necessity of this project. While welcoming more and larger cruise ships at the Waiko dock are priorities for the company, our primary reason for supporting the dredging project is the safety of the cruise ships traversing the Charlotte-Amalia Harbor. While having the territory's highest cruise traffic, the Charlotte-Amalia Harbor Channel and turning basin has not been dredged in several decades. Anyone observing a ship's maneuvering in the harbor will sometimes see silk plumes stirred up from the seafloor by the ship's propulsion system linger in the turning basin and areas of the channel for more than an hour. This is the result of shallowing, the buildup of silt and other material from hurricanes, natural erosion, and runoff from heavy rains. This shallowing continues to threaten existing traffic, and if allowed to continue unmitigated, we may lose our current larger class vessels such as the Carnival XL class, in particular the Carnival Celebration and Mardi Gras. In addition, during the pandemic, which spanned the 2020 and 2021 fiscal years, Castrop Cruise Lines scrapped smaller, older ships from their fleets, further reducing the overall number of vessels that could easily access our port. The immediate economic impact of failing to dredge will far exceed $17 million in losses to taxis, gift stores, restaurants, excursions, and other tourism-dependent businesses, not to mention the loss of jobs, gross receipt taxes, and port fees. The territory could also potentially lose its long-held and well-deserved reputation for having the Caribbean's best and safest harbor. Dredging will allow VIPA to restore the grandeur of Charlotte-Amalia Harbor, as well as mitigate potentially hazardous maritime conditions to navigating it safely. Waiko also supports PFA financing of the harbor project because dredging will allow the company to welcome the cruise industry's largest vessels. For years, we have been looking forward to Royal Caribbean's quest to have multiple Oasis-class vessels in St. Thomas. That has been but a dream, not because of unavailable berths at the Waiko dock, but because our berths are inaccessible to that class of ship at this time. The joint dredging project between the Virgin Islands Port Authority and Waiko represents a transformational opportunity for cruise tourism in the USVI. This is our best and possibly our last chance to position ourselves as one of the Caribbean's leading cruise destinations by making our islands more accessible to cruise vessels of any size. Dredging will allow us to do so. Cruise tourism is the territory's primary economic driver, and the cruise industry is experiencing exponential growth. With cruise lines ordering, building, and receiving larger ships every year, Waiko will be available to accept these new visits once we dredge the Access Channel, Turning Basin, and Waiko dock. Since, on average, about 25% of cruise ship visitors return as overnight guests, dredging will provide both short and long-term benefits to our economy. Lastly, as our sole shareholder, PFA's funding of the VIPA Waiko Joint Dredging Project is also an investment in Waiko. Waiko will be able to continue fulfilling the mandate outlined in our now 111-year-old charter to assist in the economic development of the islands. Increased revenue from visits by more and larger cruise ships will allow Waiko to address its obligations to our employees, cruise partners, lenders, and other stakeholders, including the government of the Virgin Islands. The necessary permit application has been filed and is awaiting Army Corps of Engineers approval. Funding from PFA is the last component that will allow VIPA to begin the process that represents progress and prosperity for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to address this committee and remain available to address in detail any questions that are presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otley. We'll now hear from the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Carlton Dow.
Thank you and good morning to all. I think after Mr. Adley just spoke, I could just say ditto and move on. If you guys ready to vote?
No, we ready to vote.
No, okay, sorry. Morning to all. Good morning. Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, and to the distinguished members of the committee and other senators in attendance, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, hereinafter referred to as VIPA. I am present this morning to testify in favor of Bill number 35-0191. This bill will appropriate a sum of $17 million in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Shatamali Harbor. The bill also establishes reporting requirements for the expended funds. VIPA fully supports this measure that will assist the authority with executing its mandate to dredge the territory's harbors. The dredging of the Shatamali Harbor in St. Thomas and the other areas identified in the bill will enable larger cruise ships to enter the harbor safely and allow safe berthing at the West Indian Company dock in Havenside. The West Indian Company dock remains an important facility to this territory, bringing hundreds of thousands of passengers to our shores and boosting our economy. With this dredging of the harbor and dock, we can expect larger vessels, larger ships, bringing additional passengers. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is an autonomous, self-sustaining, independent government instrumentality. The authority was created by the legislature in 1969 to manage the public seaports and 2 airports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our mandate is to maintain and develop airports and seaports of the USVI to meet the current and future economic demands of the Virgin Islands. In doing so, we must also consider the expectation and safety of the users of our facilities. VIPA by statute manages all the harbors of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the public docks and wharves. By law, VIPA charges fees for the use of the public docks, wharves, and the public harbors of the U.S. Virgin Islands. VIPA and WICO have a unified fee that is charged to all cruise ships coming into the port in St. Thomas, which is based on the number of passengers on the ships. As we establish the fees that are charged to the cruise ships, VIPA must be mindful of the competition in the region. A port fee that is too high could cause cruise companies to avoid the USVI. At the same time, a port fee that is too low could make it hard for the authority to recover the costs needed to operate the port and maintain the facilities, including dredging. The fees collected over the years from users of our seaports have been used to fund the authority's marine operations, including personnel costs for marine employees and the harbor pilots, major maintenance, the purchase of pilot boats, and our capital projects program. We have also been able to fund some minor dredging projects at our ferry ports. However, the fees collected for our marine tariff have been insufficient to cover significant costs associated with performing major maintenance dredging to the Shatamali Harbor. There is presently no segregated dredging fee or fund used exclusively for dredging the USVI harbor. In the past, VIPA received contributions from the government of the Virgin Islands to fund major maintenance dredging projects. VIPA acknowledges the need to dredge the Shatamali Harbor to allow for the safe entry of cruise vessels entering our harbor and to berth at West Indian Company dock. The dredging will also address sediment accumulation and sand shifting caused by storms. On December 19, 2022, VIPA applied to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to dredge the Shatamali Harbor entrance channel for the turning basin and the linear area along the Waiko pocket. VIPA will work with the Governor and the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority to identify the additional funds needed. VIPA has already expended significant funds concerning the dredging permit application process. We expect to expend additional funds to complete the pre-construction phase of the dredging before the actual construction begins. Viper has expended over $259,000 in costs relating to dredging permit application process. We have also obligated an additional $162,800 and anticipate additional funding totaling $830,668 for the permitting application process alone. We expect approval of the permit by the Army Corps of Engineers before April of 2024. Once the permit application is approved, Viper intends to execute the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor per the following timeline once funding is made available. Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging, April 20th, 24. Invitation to bid for the Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging should be released. June of 2024, the invitation to bid for Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging will be closed and the environmental mitigation work begins. July of 2024, bid evaluation and Viper Board of Governors approval of selected contractor. October of 2024, construction contract executed. November of 2024, notice to proceed issued to contractor, environmental mitigation work is completed. January of 2024, dredge mobilization and work to commence. February of 2025, dredge work is completed. Madam Chair, Viper is in full support of the appropriation request. Viper stands ready to execute on getting this dredging project done as soon as we can. This completes my testimony. Viper's Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bayer, and I are available to answer any questions. But I must note that the Charlotte Amalie dredging timeline is as we see it as of today. All kind of mitigating factors can rear its head. So I just want to make that clear, but we have a path forward in which we expect to, as quickly as humanly possible, do this dredging for the territory.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Sure. Yeah.
Great. All right. I think we've heard from all of the testifiers. We'll now get the correspondence read into the record from Commissioner Oriole. You may proceed, Madam Clerk.
Correspondence dated November 6, 2023, addressed to the Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Fred Gregory, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, is in receipt of your invitation to testify on Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Viper, for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. Unfortunately, this hearing is set to take place on the same date that my Coastal Zone Management CZM staff and I will be hosting studio sessions and the town hall in District of St. Croix for the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, and therefore we are unable to appear. I imagine that DPNR's participation would be to provide updates on the status of permits for the dredging project. On the local site, CZM permit number CZT-7-18W was issued on April 30th, 2019 and ratified on August 13, 2019 for the dredging of approximately 255,188 yards of material to bring the Charlotte Amalie Harbor to a controlled depth of 40 feet and 38 feet for the turning basin. The last time there was any significant dredging of the harbor was in 2003, where the control depth was made 34 feet. The permit continues to be valid and does not expire until August 2039. Viper has submitted a modification request to reduce the amount of dredging from 255,188 yards to 216,173 yards based on surveys conducted in 2022. That request will be going before the St. Thomas CZM committee sometime this month. On the federal side, it is our understanding that Viper continues to work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Corps and submitting responses to their requests for information. In February 2023, the Corps released the project for public comment and the National Marine Fisheries Services concluded its review and provided comments in May 2023. The Corps will be in the territory next week, November 13th through 17th, where we will be meeting and having additional discussions on pending projects, including this one. DPNR issued the permit for the harbor dredging given the fact that cruise industry is centering port calls around its Oasis-class ships. And in order for us to accept them, we will need to make our harbors deeper. Therefore, we are in support of Bill number 35-0191 to provide funding to dredge the harbor. Sincerely, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we've heard the position of the Commissioner of DPNR, and unfortunately they can't be here, but I would have loved to ask them one question, but I guess we could ask that offline. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. I'm going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You're the first one, right?
No,
Senator, you're always first. That's where. Yeah, Senator Reed Fonseca, you will proceed with your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very kindly, Madam Chair, and blessings and special greetings to our distinguished panel of testifiers. Greetings to all the listening audience. Pleasant good morning. I actually feel real good about this. I got a couple questions real quick. So a question for Mr. Nathan Simmons of the Public Finance Authority. Because, I don't have a PhD, but I'm trying to track this closely. So right now, if I'm wrong, correct me, right? But it's my understanding that the Mellon Bank Debt Service, which has a balance of 162.3 million, has an excess of 18.7 million, and we're going to use 17 million if Bill 35-0195 is approved to fund this. Is my understanding correct?
Not totally, Senator. The total amount of funds on deposit with the Bank of New York Mellon is the 162 that you refer to. However, the debt service reserve account, which is where these monies would be coming from, that balance is $65 million. So,
okay, thank you. Right, that was going to be my next question. You're reading my mind. Well, that's good. So, that is great, and congratulations to all involved, because as you can see, the Virgin Islands is earning millions of dollars in interest, so that's good. So, I want to go to a question that I have, and I don't know if Mr. Dow or Mr. Anthony Otley can answer it. So is the dredging final decision going to be 36 feet deep, or is it going to be 40 feet deep?
I'll allow our Director of Engineering to answer that question.
Good morning. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. There are 3 separate controlling depths that are at each phase of the channel. So in the entrance channel, that controlling depth is to 40 feet. In the turning basin, it's to 38 feet. And at the Waiko berth pocket is to 36 feet.
Okay, good. So does the Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard, have to approve it, or are they in agreement with that, those specs?
No, the Coast Guard, this is part of the application process that the Army Corps would be authorizing.
Okay, so once this bill is approved, by the legislature, then you have all the approvals to go ahead and do the dredging. Any approvals are lacking?
We're still waiting on the final approval of the permit from the Army Corps, and as the correspondence from Commissioner Oriole indicated, we're still waiting on the approval of our modification permit to the Coastal Zone Management Commission.
Okay.
But in terms of approval timeline, we've been working with the Army Corps, and we expect to have that by the end of Q1 2024.
Okay, good. Just for my information, what's the current depth of the dock down in Crown Bay? What's the depth of that harbor, that dock?
It varies across the entirety of the entrance channel as well as in the turning basin.
The minimum.
I believe the minimum is in the 37-foot range.
37 foot. Okay, good.
Again, just so that we could be clear, just like he said, it varies depending on what part you go. For example, we're Tropical and Crowley, they too calling for dredging right now because of the same problems we have in. So that whole basin there, from East Gregory Channel, it have different depth, but we do have the capacity to, as you see, accommodate for now the biggest classes of vessels in the fleet.
Okay, thank you. Real quick question now. So just for my understanding, the total tourist boat tariff, the passenger tax is $14.64. WICO gets $7.80 of that $14.64, and the port gets $6.84 plus another dollar marine tax. So Port Authority ends up getting $7.84, and WICO gets $7.80 of the $14.64. Is them numbers correct?
Yes, correct.
Those are the correct numbers? Okay, thank you very much. Real quickly, what's
1 minute.
What's the revenue that WICO collects on that $7.80, and what's the revenue Port Authority collects on that $7.84 tax? Can you give me those numbers?
That's another question.
Yeah, WICO, you get $7.80
Yes,
out
hello?
of $14.64. Yes, Mr.
30 seconds.
Okay, speaking, and of course Charlene is there, so she could sharpen my pencil, but based on my recollection, in the 2019 fiscal year, we had 1.1 million passengers. I think Port Authority, and they could advise on that, sharpen the pencil. They had, I think, maybe 565 or so thousand passengers. I think our revenues were in the neighborhood of 7.3 or 7.4 million. And I think Port Authority, based on the percentage they receive from the WICO passengers and the revenues they receive from the ships going down to Port Authority, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 14-point-something million. So we received a little over 7 million. I think they received 14-point-something million.
Through the chair, Madam Chair, can I ask for those specific numbers from WICO and also from the Port Authority?
Thank you.
Yeah, the specific numbers. Exactly.
Okay, so let's allow Port Authority to respond with regards to the Port Authority's revenues.
My apologies.
Yeah, I'll make sure that you get exact, precise numbers today. But I think the revenue that we get overall is around $15-16 million. I'll have to get that number directly. I get it to you today. I saw it in somebody in my office pulling the information right now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Now, Mr. Dow, you know we're going to ask you the question about the revenues. That's part of the thing, right? So I think your question that you asked, Senator Fonseca, is a good question. So WICO gets 780, Port Authority gets 784. That's accurate, Mr. Dow?
Correct.
And that totals?
1464.
1464, right?
Yeah.
And as per law, one of the things that should happen is the Port Authority is responsible for the dredging of our ports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So as we work with our cruise industry, what type of conversations are we having to prevent the Port Authority, WICO, from coming back to the central government for dredging dollars? And I ask the question very seriously and very earnestly because, when we see additional resources, there are so many challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands that, we could use these dollars for. And we do agree that while we agree that the funding for the dredging is important to our economy, and a lot of what we see as a result of our tourism industry, and when we prepare or work on our budget, is definitely tied to the amount of tourists that come here. I really think it's important that we are at the stage, if we are not going to if the Army Corps of Engineers or the federal government is not going to take control of ensuring that we are able to dredge our harbors, then it matters. It's important to us to ensure that these funds are collected over the years so we won't have these repeated conversations in the future. So I would like to hear from both entities as it relates to what are the intentions to avert these types of requests from the central government and from the legislature having to approve these types of requests when we've come through a real hard budget cycle. So let's hear from Port Authority first, so whichever way.
We think that that's a good question because there are several things happening at the same time. One is the reason the Port Authority went directly to Royal Caribbean and said to them, they are also requesting dredging here and in St. Croix. And that's why recently our board and Royal Caribbean, in the relationship that we share, agreed that we would now charge $5 away from the tariff. The $5 has nothing to do with the 1464 because we recognize as users of our facility, we can't put a burden solely on whether the port, whether it's WICO or the government of the Virgin Islands. All of us must share in the cost. And hence, come January, for the dredging that's going to take place in Crown Bay, a $5 fee will be administered for all Royal Caribbean passengers coming down to Crown Bay. And the $5 fee would also be applicable to folks going into Frederickstead because they were requesting that they want to accommodate larger ships going into Frederickstead. And in our frank discussion with Royal Caribbean, we said, you're going to have to participate in paying for that dredging. And I believe that, and I guess sometimes that's why people misunderstand or we get in all kind of back and forth. That's not my intent. But I believe that those hard discussions must be had with all users of our facilities. So that's one. The other major thing that we're doing so we don't be back here again is that we, the Port Authority, we have been discussing. We just recently, a few months ago, Governor Albert Bryan, our staff, met with the Army Corps of Engineers in Jacksonville at the highest level, and we are now looking at the process of trying to see how we would federalize the harbors. But let me make this clear so that people can understand when we use that term. All it simply means is that in our harbors, that the federal government through Army Corps of Engineers, every year, just like how they appropriate money in Washington, for all the other U.S. harbors, we are one of the few places under this U.S. flag that harbors are dredged by the local government. Right there in Puerto Rico, Ponce, Mayagüez, San Juan, all those harbors are considered federalized for the purposes of dredging and maintaining. So that dredging and maintenance, just recently, $53 million was given to Puerto Rico for the San Juan Harbor because it has that designation. The only drawback, and that's why sometimes we have to, and I'm glad for the question, so that we could inform and educate our population. It has nothing to do with stopping somebody from traversing the harbor. It has more to do, if we wanted to construct, let's say, a highway, a road, a bridge, something out in the harbor, then we would have to get their authorization for something like that. All it merely means, we would now come into play just like all of these other harbors, Miami, wherever you go, in the U.S. We are one of the few whose main bread and butter is not dredged and maintained by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. No one of these harbors would be able to get the sufficient funding that would be necessary to do that. That's a part of an annual appropriation that goes to the Army Corps of Engineers each year. And so Puerto Rico just got $53 million. We need to start a process. That process takes about, what, 5 years, Preston?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. That process for the assumption of maintenance and what's called a post-authorization change report can take up to 5 years, as the Executive Director stated.
Yeah. So that's my answer, but I just want to say that we must have the hard conversation with the cruise lines. That they can't, yes, we get a port fee one way, but these are big ticket items, and they benefit, and they should participate. And that's why Royal Caribbean, to their credit, recognize and they're doing that $5 with a portion of it is to assist with the dredging of the Crown Bay facility.
You want to take a stab at it, Mr. Utley?
Yes, I can add more context to that. Definitely, WICO has been having conversation with our other cruise partners, but I do want to differentiate a little bit on what Executive Director Dow has said. Concerning the head tax that we currently charge, I think the senators are well versed on it, that we do, and thanks to Senator Fonseca for asking, but we do collect $14.64 from the cruise lines per passenger. Currently, WICO collects $7.80 of that. The other $6.84, as was mentioned before, goes to the Port Authority to handle maintenance of the harbor, other port expenses, piloting, etc., out of that portion. So basically, just about half or a little, well, just about half is the responsibility or is collected by WICO. So that harbor dredging that's required in maintaining the harbor is currently being, I won't say paid from WICO, but is being under the charges that the passengers are paying currently. In having the conversation with the other cruise partners, as you know, we're currently in a 10-year agreement with our cruise partners, which has pretty much locked in any succession of increases up to 2026. I think Senate President Francis also mentioned that we do have those conversations with the cruise lines, which we are having now. It's ironic because I actually have a meeting with Carnival tomorrow speaking on that particular subject. So we are having those conversations, like Executive Director Dow said. He has been having those conversations with Royal. We have been having our conversations also. But one of the questions that we also receive from our partners, who are fully well aware that we do have a contract locked in up until 2026, is any sort of increase in the fee at this particular moment has to be under negotiations, because we still are locked in for those 3 additional years. But because we have started those conversations in renewal of contracts, that is something that we are actively discussing. So it is being discussed and considered on from WICO with our cruise partners also.
Madam Chair.
So is it your testimony, one second, is it your testimony that we are unable to increase our fees because you are locked into an agreement? I noted that you're saying that whatever you, how much money you transfer to Port Authority?
No, we don't transport any money to Port Authority. They issue the port fees and they collect them directly from the cruise lines.
How much do they collect from the fees that's generated from WICO?
They collect $6.84 of the $14.64 that is currently being charged.
Say that again? They collect 6 and change, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because I'm asking the question for a reason. Because who pays for the harbor pilots?
The Port Authority.
The Port Authority does.
Okay, so, and Mr. Dow, what's the salaries of the harbor pilots, and how much harbor pilots do you have?
The salary can range. I think we have about 8 or 9 harbor pilots territorial wide. But we pay in excess, each harbor pilot makes in excess of $150,000. And that's, right now we just concluded negotiations with them. And the vessels, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, to take the harbor pilots out belongs to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. So they have to be maintained and purchased. We're getting ready to purchase a new one right now.
So we pay for the harbor pilots, you pay for the new bollards. Have you paid for the bollards at the Haven site?
No, we don't pay for the bollards at Haven
So
site.
they do all the maintaining of the bollards?
They maintain their own
Mr.
stuff.
Sabino?
But Madam Chair, there is
One second.
Sorry.
Who pays for the bollards?
No, we don't pay for
Havens?
no bollards up to WICO as far as
So they do all the maintaining of the
at their facility.
at their facility except for the dredging?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
But they would do some, just for the record, dredging that has to be done at their immediate pay or dock, they pay for that themselves.
Okay. All right. And the last time that we did extensive dredging was what,
2003, I believe, yeah.
2003. All right. You wanted to say something?
So
Mr.
with all the
Brown?
runoff, yes, I want to, again, I believe in closing your door and licking your child. But we're on a public record. So by virtue of that, I want proper information to be out there. For example, Mr. Hartley reflected on the contract that they currently have. And that is true. The Port Authority also have a 10-year contract with Royal Caribbean. So in our hard discussion with Royal is for us to say, listen, we're going to have to revisit this contract. They want what they want as well. They are demanding, when I say cruise lines are demanding that we do this dredging to make it safe. So we're telling them that the way we can do this is working together. And so although we have a current contract with Royal Caribbean for 10 years, we were able to get them to open up that contract. Matter of fact, our board just authorized that a couple months ago. They opened up the contract and we're able to have a modification of the current contract. So it's not because we have a contract means that two parties can't sit down, have serious dialogue, and come to some agreement, because it's for the safety of these vessels themselves. So I don't want us to believe that because we have a 10-year agreement that nothing can happen, because we, as of January, will be getting money for dredging from Royal Caribbean.
All right. Thank you for your responses. Do we still have the one port concept?
Sorry?
Do we still have the one port concept?
Correct, for the tariff.
I mean, no, not only for the tariff. As we go to sea trade, etc. This is one Virgin Islands. We have 2 ports sitting in the St. Thomas, St. John district in particular.
Well, let me just set another thing straight.
No, I just want to ask a question. I want to be clear. I'm going somewhere with this. Do we still have the one port concept? One port Virgin Islands?
That's correct, Senator, but I want to be clear about something that, and because when it comes down to these discussions, we have to be clear. WICO is not a port. WICO have a pier that they operate within the port.
All right. So the reason why I asked the question about one port, I find it very interesting that we would be charging cruise ship passengers that are coming here an extra $5 on one pier and another different fee on the next one. I believe that, we've been having this conversation for, I'm going to say many, many years. It's time that we close the gap and close the delta on the situation that we have. It's just not, it's not a good look that we are having up the road is one harbor. We ain't got two harbor. Correct. Do we have two harbors?
No.
We got one harbor. So if we are going to do something, we need to do it in uniformity. It has to be done. We must show that we are able to have some collaborative on the work that we're doing. I mean, I'm at a loss on this one. But I'm going to go to the next senator because we need to wrap up. Senator.
Point of inquiry.
Oh, there's a point of inquiry from Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your point of inquiry. And then we're going to go to...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator DeGraff. Go ahead.
I'm trying to find out something here. Based on this $14.64, how do we compare with the market with the other Caribbean islands? What are they charging for these heads per passenger going into Dayport? What's the comparison with our rate and those other Caribbean ports' rate?
I think our rate, the last study I saw, our rate falls someplace around the middle, and that's for different reasons. For example, Bahamas is a very close destination. Their rate is very high. So it all is what you negotiate, but we fall someplace in the middle. And just for the record, in St. Croix, that fee is $7. Each passenger going to St. Croix, while it's $14.64 in St. Thomas, it's $7 in St. Croix. And away from that $7 is now the $5 to do the dredging and some upland, trying to do some community upland projects in St. Croix.
Thank you. But you said the middle. Give me a figure ballpark, like Bahamas. What are they charging?
I'll have to look, but I think the Bahamas is someplace around closer to $20 someplace. It's kind of high. But again, Bahamas could do that because they are stone throw away from Florida, where a lot of these cruises originate. So, that's a quick turnaround. You could do a 3-day cruise, a 4-day cruise, that kind of stuff. So it varies, but we are somewhere in the middle. We're not on the lowest end of the spectrum, neither are we at the highest end of the spectrum. I'll have my office send it to you, well, all the senators, if you want that information today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. To my colleagues, good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon. And thank you for your testimonies. I found it pretty interesting, Mr. Otley, your testimony. You spoke to the dredging project, which is no way related to port development, but only to long-term over to port maintenance required to avert potentially dire safety hazards and to secure the territory's economic future. And you also went on to state in respect to the investment and the immediate loss of economic impact by failing to dredge our harbor, which will exceed the $17 million investment. Whereas in respect to taxi drivers, gift stores, restaurants, excursions, etc. Have an assessment been done in terms of that amount you spoke to, the $17 million? And what time frame are we speaking to? Mr. Harvey? See.
Yes. Thanks for the question. Yes, we have done an assessment over these past, I would say, 3 years, and I could let Mr. Sabino piggyback after I'm finished. Over these past, I would say, 3 to 4 years, we have been fielding additional calls that have been requested, but that we are actually having to refer to the Port Authority because of challenges such as the shallowing, as I mentioned, and also timing conflicts. As you know, Port Authority has a finger pair, so they can actually take ships on either side if one is on a ship is on the other side. With WICO on our inner berth, we actually have, in order to accommodate 3 ships, we actually have to ensure that the third ship, which would go in the inner berth, would actually have to come in and berth in that position prior to the other 2 ships. Because currently there's no way for a ship to get around 2 ships to get in there. So we have started to do the legwork on that. Mark can expound a bit. I think we lost probably 10 to 13 ships. I think may have been last year that we lost. But one of the challenges, especially based on this subject that we're talking about, pertains to the inner berth being a bit more shallow. Up in the inner berth, where we should have it to 36 feet, we have a small hump that is at 30 feet. So we do have ships like, classic example I mentioned in the XL class, it doesn't come in and go into the inner berth because it's not able to have that low of a draft.
1 minute.
So
very well, very well.
I want to give a little bit more information, or if the senator needs more clarification.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that lengthy explanation. It took all my time, but it was necessary.
Sorry about that.
Because that's okay. Mr. Sabino, you have anything to add quickly before I wrap up?
Yes.
Please recognize Mr. Sabino, mics, please.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, good day. Mark Sabino, Director, Marine
30 seconds.
Cruise Services, West Indian Company. Yes, the WICO facility is much different to Crown Bay facility because Crown Bay facility is a finger pair design, which is fed by 2 separate channels. The WICO facility is a single linear dock that's fed by a single channel. And therefore, vessels transversing, coming and going must do so in a specific maneuvering order. And we have challenges in there because the channel is constricting, or has constricted.
Time.
This is why we're here. And the turning basin as well. So we have to turn away ships, yes, because as they get bigger, like the XL class, WICO ships have to move around, pass around each other. And because of the constricted condition of the channel and the turning basin, in some instances we cannot receive, or we have to turn away traffic because of timing challenges and maneuvering challenges where we're at right now. The dredging will alleviate a lot of that.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. And in closing, I would like to say, based on the conversation, it's all about accessibility, safety, and being able to compete with these larger XL ships moving forward in the future. So thank you for your responses. I didn't get a chance to get to Mr. Dow, but he spoke and said many of what I wanted to hear. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You good, Senator Blair? You need another question? Okay. All right, thank you for your response. Based on your response, Mr. Sabino, so I know that in DPNR's correspondence, they shared that there is a request, VIPA has submitted a modification to reduce the amount of dredging from 255,188 yards times 3, I guess, that's what that means, to 216,173 yards to the third power times 3. So does that impact your ability to attract XL class?
Senator, I'm not aware, or I haven't seen what the footprint or the reduction of the footprint or whatever the reduction would mean. But as per the original permit and the dredging footprint, I would not like to see any reduction in the footprint and the depths and the volumes that we are first put out there in the permit. We've been trying to get this done from back in 2007. And the dredging footprint that's there today, that's in the present permit, is what we had from way back then. And so I'm not aware of what the footprint or the depths would look like in the mentioned modification.
So please recognize the mic of the engineer, Mr. Bear.
Madam Chair, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The reduction in the quantities is based on the updated survey that was conducted last year. The old quantities were utilizing a survey that was from 2012, and after the storms that have occurred in that time period between 2012 and 2022, we decided, along with the West Indian Company, to go out and conduct a new survey, and that's what caused the reduction of those dredging quantities. It is the same template and the same footprint as was originally permitted.
So is it your testimony that the request for the modification does not impact the ability for either yourself or the WICO to attract Excel class ships here in the territory?
To my understanding, that is correct.
All right, Mr. Otley, and then we're going to go to the next senator. Mr. Otley.
Hello? Yes?
Yes, what is your
Yes, ma'am.
perspective on this?
Based on what Engineer Byer said, he's correct. We did do, in conjunction with VIPA, make a decision to have an updated survey done. Based on that, the amounts were reduced. And when I say the amount, it was the amount of silt and sand buildup. But the depths that we were looking for, as Mr. Sabino said, was not changed. So I'm in concurrence with Mr. Byer on that.
Great. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Port Authority in respect to the dredging and the sand and the other materials that's dug up. What happens to that, those materials? Where does it go? Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
There are two separate classifications of that material, one that we've identified as beach quality and one that we've identified as non-beach quality. Our intent has been to dispose of the non-beach quality sands upland in a disposal site we've identified to the north side of the runway of Henry Rollison Airport. And the beach quality sand is to be temporarily disposed of at the Cankrine School property, where then it'll be repurposed for beneficial reuse.
Madam Chair, just for the record, the Port Authority has 11 current pilots, harbor pilots, 11, and we just finished our negotiations with them. They have a separate union, and their base salary now is $202,000 annually. So tell the young people them.
That's good.
So that's $2.2 million on the base salary, and then I know that you pay them more. I think on average, you pay them like $250.
Correct. The 202 is
That's
the
a base.
base. And now, for example, bringing the cruise ships in and out, depend on the time. They don't only bring the cruise ships, they also move the cargo vessels or
Correct.
anything, depend on the size. So it's a lot of money we expend in terms of the operation.
So that's like $2.5 million annually, just for your harbor pilots. But of course, your cargo, they also pay a percentage to support your harbor pilots, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those harbor pilots from here?
Some of them are from here, and I'm glad you asked that.
Yeah.
We just took the opportunity, a young man by the name of Mr. Matthew Berry. He was working all over the country, all out in the Pacific. He was hired at the Port Authority to be a marine manager. He moved his way up, and we were glad, in spite, and I just for the record, sometimes it's easy making these decisions, but we decided that, I told him as long as he passed and go to Florida and he can pass to be a full-time harbor pilot, he is. His parents from right here, his father right in French Dong fishing, and his mother is this lady, Miss Linda Berry, who does all these things. So we were glad. He's in his 20s, and we have him now as a full-time pilot. In St. Croix, you had Mr. O'Reilly, you had a couple folks that were local in St. Croix, but we definitely need to do a good job, a better job, and that's why the Port Authority, with the same Madam Chair, was our CFO. Wait, and this is important.
Okay, one second. One second.
Sorry.
1 second. Yeah. I know I got 4 minutes, and everything you're putting out is great.
Yeah.
But if you could save it for after my 4 minutes and the chair tanker, you're really bigging up. I appreciate that from when she's working with you.
I'll see if
okay,
she
if
goes.
you don't mind.
I'll hope she give me the time.
Yeah. Okay. So
Thanks.
she'll give it to you.
Okay.
Okay. In the whereas clauses, they have the resolution 22-025 dated July 15, 2022. The authority authorized the use of the $17 million. This money was authorized from 2022 July.
No.
PFA.
Sorry.
It's in whereas clauses.
Yes.
Okay. You could get on the mic.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority. Yes, the Public Finance Authority Board authorized the use of the $17 million since July of 2022.
2022. Okay, good. So now we are in 2023. Coming with has anything changed in terms of the assessment? Because again, that's from 2022, we're in 2023, and we're looking at September 30, 2024. We're looking at a span of 2 years. Now, also in the bill summary, which I know is in the law, they mention an approximate 149,000 cubic yards of material from Charlotte to Mali Harbor. I'm hearing 200 plus in cubic yards. What is the accurate amount that we are moving? Because the bill is saying estimation of 149, you saying 200, but the 17 million has not changed.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands
1
Port
minute.
Authority. The quantities that we've requested in the permits, both to the Coastal Zone Management Commission and the United States Army Corps of Engineers, is the 216,173 cubic yards.
And $17 million will still be the same cost?
The $17 million does not cover the full cost of the project, and has not been intended to cover the whole cost of the project.
What is the full cost of
30 seconds.
We haven't publicly procured that full cost yet, so we are working on that through our open procurement process, but we anticipate that the 17 million is not sufficient.
Okay, and has there been an environmental impact analysis done that you have present? And if you have, you could, through the chair, you could forward that to the committee?
So as part of the Army Corps of Engineers permitting process, there's
Time.
an environmental assessment report that has been submitted and approved by both the Army Corps of Engineers as well as a slew of federal resource agencies.
What year?
We submitted it in December of 2022.
Yes,
And so
it's subject to change. So now again, Director, though you were just talking about the chair and her illustrious career with you, so you could follow up on that for me, please. Because it was good information you're putting out. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Well, I could do it in 30 seconds, Madam Chair.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
For real, I think it's important.
You may proceed.
Thanks. No, when Madam Chair was the CFO, our governing body had set aside some $150,000 as a pilot to give to the University of the Virgin Islands so that they could partner with Boston Institute so that we could start to cultivate local pilots. I just wanted to put that on the record. It's a good thing for us to try to do in this community. You could see the kind of money that these folks make as a career. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, so based on the questioning from the previous speaker, you shared that the 17 million would not be enough, and I think you alluded to it in your testimony as well. And then you also shared with us that there is a plan to appropriate, to collect an additional $5 head tax come January from Royal Caribbean?
That's exclusively for Crombie.
Exclusively for
East Gregory Channel down in that area.
For
yes.
Crombie.
Right.
Right?
Because Crombie dredging alone is another about $20-some-odd million.
Right, and you also shared that, so how often, you also shared that there is a discussion with the federal government to take responsibility of this harbor for dredging purposes. And you also shared that you are intending to collect this $5. So, and that $5 is January, you don't have enough money. So are you pledging this $5 in a bond for the additional resources for the complete dredging?
No, that $5, not the entire $5 for dredging. Let me be clear. A portion of that $5 goes to the dredging of the Kwang Bay area. That's the plan. What we're going to do in terms of whether we're going to go to the market or what have you, that decision has not been made.
So what amount are you pledging to the dredging and what other purposes of the funds are?
The other purposes of the fund is the upland development and then also the third pair that we're contemplating putting down in the sub-base area.
So the upland development is going to be paid for by the Port Authority or
No,
by
that's the pre-development cost. Sorry, the pre-development cost for the upland development, it would come from piece of the $5.
So you have to pay for the pre-development costs?
Well, we get in some of the monies upfront, and upfront from in the transaction we're doing, and then we'll be paying that back through that revenue source.
And how often are we required? I mean, it's a kind of weird question, but how often should we be doing dredging? I know it's based on the weather patterns and all these different things, but how often is reasonable?
Probably maybe every 10, 15 years. Yeah.
So every 10 years, and you are going to collect about $2.5 million from this $5. So we're talking about what?
But remember, at some point, it's just maintenance you're going to be doing. Right. Some of these things is trying to accomplish certain depth. Other than that, it's maintenance you're going to be doing. And if we have it our way, if we expect to explore, like again, we met with Army Corps. They were very positive about the discussion we've been having, knowing that we are only one of the few places don't have that relationship with them. So we are hoping that at some point, this does not become a project that the government nor the Port Authority, by extension, would have to do after these dredging.
Right, but over a 10-year period, let's say 10 years, you're going to collect about $25 million for the overall $5, right? I think Mr. Bayer shared with us that the Army Corps will take about, 5 years before they decide what the approval is. Basically, where I'm going is we want some of this money back. That's where I'm going with this. I'm very serious. We need to figure out, and both of the entities need to get together, because I think that the $5 is something that needs to be decided what amount of that $5 should go towards dredging. If the Army Corps does not approve it, then if that's why I asked you about, are you pledging any of that money towards the extra dollars that you need to complete this particular dredging, since I think you have a timeline that started in, it is April? That's what I read? April?
Yeah,
April? So we have to have, listen, bottom line is we have to have a discussion about how do we ensure that we don't find ourselves here again. And if the Army Corps gives us is it Army Corps who will give the approval for make federalizing the harbor? That's who does it? If the Army Corps says yes.
The U.S. Congress would have to do it, but by extension, the entity would be that of.
Right, so if they say yes to the federalizing of the harbor, then, we have a $17 million bill that we are paying here, and like I said, we have our own challenges in the central government that we struggle to build our budgets. So it's important for us to know what is it that you all are looking at to pledge towards this. If the Army Corps approves it, you have the pledge, yes, for whatever the additional money is. Or do you have the additional funds in your coffers to support whatever the additional dredging amount is? Let me ask a question first.
No, we don't.
So you don't. So then you have to pledge a portion of this money, correct?
Well, let me be.
How was Yungay?
Well, let me just be clear
Okay.
with something, Senator, and that is this. The money that we're collecting, that $5 fee, is solely borne on cruise passengers and Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
So we can't make the case that we go to Royal Caribbean and say, hey, your passengers going to be paying for some dredging up on the other end. So my point, and that's what we continue to come back to, and like you said, this is the kind of serious discussion we have to engage in. Royal Caribbean is paying for dredging at Crown Bay and St. Croix. That's the facilities they use. So come January, their passengers will be paying that. So I don't know that we could expect that Royal Caribbean passengers going to pay for dredging anywhere else.
Well, I don't think that I was suggesting that in any way. I'm
sorry.
just saying that, and that's why it's so important for the entities to come together, because I'm basically saying we have two entities that generate revenues, and yes, the central government benefits from, and as we should, benefit from the revenues as a result of the passengers that come into the territory. That's what helps us to build our revenues to support our community. But for us to be having a dredging discussion and paying out this kind of money, especially in a time like this, the OMB director over there, and I know she agreed with me, because we have these discussions all the time, we must see what the light at the end of the tunnel is. We have to see what that is. So if you have to be thinking about, of that $5, how much money you plan to generate over whatever that period of time is. I don't know what a period of time is. Is this infinitum? Is this for a specific period of time? I don't know. We don't have that information. What I calculated over the 10-year period is about $25 million. So if it's $25 million in total, then a percentage of that goes to support the dredging. If Army Corps says, look, we are going to federalize the harbor, then we have to be considering, so what we're doing with this additional money, or if you are utilizing a portion of that $5, then you have to figure out, okay, so you all have to do the, what's that word, Ms. Abaya? You have to do whatever that, you have to break out, so what side of the money is, if we were to dredge this one side alone, what our cost is, but I got to figure all of that out, because this is not a little bit of money, and this is not money to bat our eyes at. This is a serious matter, and we have to be responsible as to how we allocate the government resources, particularly in these times. So I think that's important information. We got to get this right. And I'm going to go to the next senator, Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. You mentioned the $5 fee for passengers, and you made mention that it's going to be in effect, what, January 2024 or 2025?
No, January 24. That's around the corner, yeah.
And based on the conversations I've heard so far, you've already had an analysis done to find out our numbers as far as what we might collect over these years, right?
Correct.
The reason why I'm asking that, because I know you made mention about the fee, the $5 fee, but have we seen a fee of this kind or any increase in the past several years when it comes to our ports?
No.
So this is the first time?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I think it's a great investment. However, it sends an alarming message. Not saying I don't support the project, but it sends an alarming message to those who may not understand how government works. Because on one hand, we're saying we don't have X, Y, and Z, but on the other hand, we're trying to move forward with economic development in the Virgin Islands and create revenues. But I just want to make sure that if there's anything that could hamper the process, because I see you have basically a timeline, a project timeline for on page 6. Is there anything that can interfere with this timeline that you have so far?
Most definitely, you have, we could have another storm, we could have another outbreak. Any natural disaster could hamper it. As a matter of fact, you could have, and I don't want that to happen, but you could have a change in some leadership on the federal level that starts, that kind of retract your things, because just like any other employee going in, the review process could be slowed down. We've been fortunate because the Army Corps have dedicated a couple employees to these projects specific. So that's a good thing. But all these variables could play have an important.
And I applaud you and your team for meeting with the Army Corps of Engineering. I know it's never easy dealing with those individuals. And I know you mentioned you spent over $830,000 for the permitting application process. Do you see yourself spending any other funds, or that would be suffice?
Well, we probably will spend some more, but let me be clear. We didn't spend the 800 and whatever thousand already. That's what we expect to spend in this permitting process. What we've currently spent is about $239,000 currently. But just like there was asked, so people are in the water every day. People are doing work on the environmental aspect of this, which is bills.
1 minute.
Bills will be coming in all the time on this project until we permit it. And even when we permit it, there's still the folks that have to work the project.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the project advertising, bidding, and contracting process, I know you touched on that. So I'm assuming, based on your testimony, it's going to start, in July?
30 seconds.
October?
The advertisement?
The whole ending of the bidding.
The ending of the bidding is anticipated to be completed in June of 2024.
June of 2024.
And the actual dredge work to begin in January of 2025.
Okay, thank you.
That was an error when I read it first. I said 24, but it's actually 25, sorry.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as
time,
a specific fund, when you collect those fees, the $5 fee, is it going to a specific fund?
That's going to be segregated, and I want to be abundantly clear. That is segregated funding specifically for that project, escrowed, and only to be, it would have roughly like 2 signatures, which would be that of the cruise line folks and the port authority. That's a segregated fund. Remember, they had to basically agree to do this transaction in terms of their legal liability is the tariff. Anything outside of that had to be negotiated with them and agreed to with them, and how we're going to expend those monies.
And lastly, the $5 fee will be in place for how long?
Well, we don't know, and the reason we don't know whether we decide to go to market, how long a bond is going to be outstanding, the current conditions, interest rates, there's so many variables. But more than that, one of the things that we don't need to keep revisiting, and one of the things that we're running from, is that, truthfully, the port does not have nothing named a dredging fee. So we've got to maintain these facilities. We can't just build them and then walk away. When we walk away, it costs us this kind of situation that you're seeing. So we've got to continue some kind of fee to maintain the very same facility that we're going to build.
Thank you. My time was called. I don't want to abuse it. Section 2 of the bill says no later than 30 days after the enactment, we should be seeing a report and timeline from you. So I look forward to seeing that, and best wishes on this project. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Mr. Sabino, you wanted to say something?
Madam Chair?
One second,
Chair?
Mr. Sabino.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Crew Services, West India Company. I just want to make it clear, right, so we don't get confused here. What Mr. Dow is saying here is specifically about the project that the Virgin Islands Port Authority and Royal Caribbean has planned for Crown Bay facility, upland, dredging, put in a new pier, and Frederickstead. That $5 is all that operation. WICO has the dredging that we have up there to do. We have no control over the channel. Port Authority controls the channel. We only have 50 feet off our dock that we are responsible for, or that's in our charge. Understand this clearly. The 17 million that's before us today is for WICOs, is for the dredging of the St. Thomas Harbor. That has nothing to do with the $5 that Mr. Dow is talking about. The project, the timeline that is in Mr. Dow's statement is specifically for the dredging and the 17 million from St. Thomas Harbor, and he could concur with me. So I don't want us to get mixed up with that.
We're not mixed up in any way.
Okay,
We are very
I was
clear.
just listening to the.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay, so we're clear on that. Our primary concern is for us to not have the repeated when we are no longer here, and we have other folks that sit where we're sitting, that there will be a plan as it relates to how the funding is set aside to ensure that in the future, we do not see these discussions that we have in regarding the dredging at the level that we're having them. So it says to us that the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the West Indian Company organization, West Indian Company DAC, needs to get together and figure out how is it they're going to work through those challenges absent of the federalization of our harbor. If the harbor is federalized, then our issue is resolved. But we can't keep having this discussion with regards to dredging when we have passengers that's benefiting from coming to the ports, et cetera. We are benefiting as well, but it's important for us to make some futuristic decisions as it relates to how we're going to dredge our harbors. And the conversation appears to have already started, but we don't know where the conversation is going to go. So we have to do some clear planning, absent of the federal government saying yes to the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's the only concern that we have here today.
I understand, Senator. And just let me make one quick point. The reason we have the volume of dredging that we have to do, of course, is because they increase the size of the ships where they're at right now. But once we have done this dredging, you know, we're going to be tapped out. The ships, we can't take any more larger ships. We don't need to go any deeper. So any dredging that has to be done further down the road will be minimum maintenance dredging. And yes, there'll be erosion, there'll be storms, there'll be things that happen. So I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
And that's very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Atley was trying to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to piggyback off of what Mr. Sabino said, but more so address Executive Director Dow, what he mentioned earlier. In all fairness to our cruise partners, which include Carnival, Norwegian, Disney, MSC, and the other smaller ships that we do get, I don't want to give the impression or let the impression be construed to meaning that WICO is not having these conversations. Executive Director Dow mentioned that $5 that his partner signed on to, which is Royal Caribbean. They were fine with it. They understood the need for dredging, etc. But you know, it was also mentioned that that $5 is for upland development. That $5 is for additional work in St. Croix, which Royal Caribbean would be a direct, recipient in that labor, fruits in that labor. What I will say is, initially when we did have the conversation with our cruise partners, they too wanted to know, based on an increase, what would they be getting from any additional funds that they're being charged. So those are conversations that we are having with the lines. They know the necessity of dredging and keeping our harbor safe also, but it has to be something across the board where they would want to know what's in it for them also, because that was one thing that was in one line in particular. They wanted to know, well, what are they getting for this additional fee that we're looking for? So it lends to to my understanding of why the cruise partner, Royal Caribbean, would be with a buy-in for the $5. If it's not just for dredging, it's for other items, and the resistance that our partners are giving us unless we're giving something in addition to that that amount that would be requested for an increase. But they have not shut down the conversation. We are currently having that conversation with them. So I just wanted to, in the essence of the other cruise partners, that they are willing to have that conversation, and it's not, they're not willing to an increase. So I just wanted to clear that up. I didn't want it to get away from us.
Thank you, Mr.
The other
Utley.
partners are also engaging. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Utley. So, like I said earlier, I believe that the primary concern with us in the institution is about the amounts that's associated with the dredging, and the fact that it is important for us to see the resources being set aside in a restricted account to support dredging in the future if our harbors are not going to be federalized. Point of information, and we have to go to Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if I could get through the chair, 'cause I don't know if it was asked while I stepped out, through the chair, if you could get the use of the $5, how it be used, and then I guess we could probably move the forward half of this here, but I would like to get that through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
All right, so the $5 will be utilized to assist in several projects and programs. It would be an isolated fund to be signed up by the Port Authority and our partners, cruise partners. And in that instance, the money would be used for some dredging, to include the preparation and whatever we have to do for the third pair in the Crown Bay area. It also, piece of the money right now, we would get some front money, because members in the same body have called us time to time. We want to do the right thing and relocate those mechanics. The relocation of those mechanics to those small businesses in subbase, the port don't have millions of dollars to do that today. So we are that's what I call a good partner. Our partner is fronting us the money that we could do all these things, and they pay back, some of that pay back for the pre-development. As a matter of fact, the whole area in subbase where those mechanics are, they're going to be serious mitigation because of the kind of oil and all of this kind of thing that's there. So all the $5 would help us to do all these sort of things, to include dredging of the Crown Bay area.
All right, Mr. Doe. So what we've heard today is we still don't have a resolve as it relates to how we are going to secure funding for future dredging in this territory absent of the federalization of our harbor.
Well,
yeah, because
what I will say, no, well,
Go ahead.
what I will say is that part of this $5 that the Port Authority would collect, in collaboration with our partner, we have to look at what the future is going to be. Whether or not this $5, I'm not saying it's going to happen. This could move from $5 to $7 depending on the need that we have in this, on the seaside or the land side of what we're discussing. And there's one, I'll say, elephant in the room that we don't want to mention. And, with all due respect, I don't have no personal issues with my counterparts. But I had discussion with those lines that use up there. That's what has to be had. And we can't say that we have a contract for 10 years, so we ain't gonna talk. They are the ones for the safety. For the safety, the harbor mouth is closing in on us. So for the safety of their own vessels, what the cost would be if one of them, we have an accident up there, they're stuck up there, the bread and butter of this territory is at stake. So they have their concern, yes, is that of the safety. And so, I don't like to get into it because we start digging into these things and we make these statements that, well, they'll pay a fee already and they're paying a fee to come in here, part of that should go for dredging. We know this is a big piece of the pie that we're talking about. This ain't 2 cents. So the hard discussion must be had. And the time is now. You know, don't think for 1 minute. I don't want this public to believe that for 1 minute Royal Caribbean put up their hand and say, yeah, do it. It wasn't like that. It was push and pull and saying, look, we're going to give you some. Many trips made in their office headquarters in Florida to get them to a point comfortable enough and understanding that we've got to push back some time. This senator get in trouble overseas because I told them to their face that they can't expect that they want all these things, and no way they're going to participate in the payment of it. That can't be fair. The good thing is our partner recognized that, and with the leadership and our governing body, the support of our governing body, going to meet with them and saying, we want to be true partners. And that's what we have. We have a good partnership that we expect to continue to build on. But they must share in the cost of whatever we're doing.
And I have to agree with you 1,000% on that. And that's why it's so important for us to ensure that there is collaboration between the two entities because of the, what you like to say, the bread and butter. So if the bread and butter is shut down over here, we know that their passengers are like 1.1 million, yours is about 500 and something thousand. So we got to do the balancing act and we have to collaborate. And we should not continue to be the people paying for the dredging. We have to figure out, even if we have a small portion of it, but the lion's share of it, we need to calculate it and figure it out. And absent of the federalization, I can't keep saying it, of the harbor. And is there consideration for the St. Croix Harbor to be federalized as well for the dredging purposes? Is that under the discussion too?
There are some discussion with the harbor in St.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just listening to the conversation, I must start out with asking this question. Is there a memorandum of agreement between the two ports to ensure there won't be any delay in this project?
There is no memorandum of agreement. We know that we know the seriousness of this project, and that's why, in spite of all the side discussion, we have initiated a permit process a long time ago. We just came back from Army Corps discussing this very same thing. They have assigned a couple people from Army Corps because they recognize the economic benefit to the territory. And so, no, there's no agreement. The agreement is to do the project.
If this dredging doesn't happen, it creates some problem with ships coming to our harbor, right? I mean, that's, we're around this right now. Is it fair to say that?
It's fair to say that. No, it's also fair to say that this project will happen. We're going to do it.
Anything for West Indies?
Yes, Senator. There's no doubt that this project needs to happen. What I will say is we do not have a memorandum of understanding. And the reason for that, it is the Port Authority's responsibility on this dredging project. So there's no responsibility by WICO, but we fully support, any push or help from the Senator's Office of the Governor, PFA, to get this project done, because it is detrimental to both our bottom line and the territory. So, that's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
I'd like to hear from both sides. Once this project is done, is there any commitment from any new cruise line that wants to take part in coming to our harbor once this is done?
Well, I'll go from WICO. There is definitely demand to come to our harbor. Right now, we're not able to accommodate, and that's based on the current agreements that we have. One major partner who we've had was MSC. They are the partners who are coming out with the most newest ships, which are the larger ships. We also have Carnival that came out with the Mardi Gras and the Celebration that wants to continue to have their ships here. And doing this project definitely would ensure that we do have the ability to house them. Not doing it definitely would be a message to the entire cruising industry that, there are some constrictions and them moving to Plan B, which we're trying to avoid, especially when they want to come to St. Thomas.
Director Dow?
1 minute.
All I have, all Caldondale have is his word. And providing the legislature act, this project will happen. We'll do it.
No. My question was, is there any new cruise industry having interest once this project is complete? I take your word that it's going to happen, and
okay, sorry.
it must happen.
White would have to speak to that. The vessels that normally call up there is what we
30
really
seconds.
What we really but there'll be growth for the territory anyhow. There's no two ways about that. There'll be growth for the territory.
And what's your contingency plan? Because we're talking that the 17 ain't gonna do it. So what's the plan to? I mean, we keep hearing about this $5, but still it's with some kind of restriction.
Well,
so what is the condition plan?
I can't tell you today, but I know we will sort it out. I mean, reasonableness will prevail. There are things that the authority could do, because at the end of the day, the Port Authority is the Port Authority. So we'll figure out how we have to go about getting the revenues to do what needs to be done.
If I may wrap up, Madam Chair, I'm just wrap up with this.
Sure.
I think sometime, I could be wrong, Director, but I think you had an additional figure what it actually going to cost for a distance more to do this dredging. Am I correct to say that?
Well, that discussion was they wanted to go to get to the 40 feet, what that would cost, and there is some number, but the overall project is in excess of what?
Yeah, so Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. We haven't publicly procured these services yet. We have done an engineer's estimate that we'd be willing to submit.
To the chair, can we get that to each of my colleagues? I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Mr. Senator Johnson, let me just say this, right? Just like we have in the discussion, the same people who are bidding on these projects, they are listening. And when we talk about these numbers, whether they believe we have 10 cents or whether they believe we have 5 cents, it makes a difference. And we're more than glad to meet with the senators. And that's why even in U.S. Congress, they have these kind of meetings, because we don't need the world to know that, well, overall it's 10 cents. Then the bid coming in at 10 cents or 11 cents. So we really need to be mindful, because this drive up cost of the project. And we shouldn't tip our hands to that extent.
And we have shared that estimate with the Public Finance Authority as well as the Office of Management and Budget.
Senator Johnson, you finished? Okay, he's done. All right, so I agree that we can't tip our hand with the information as it relates to what your engineering estimates are, but you can share the information through the chair as requested. All right, Mr. President, sponsor, on behalf of the governor, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all my colleagues that have weighed in on this very important matter. And a lot of the lively discussion that have been had today. I just want to say that the Geneva Convention, speaks to the fact that we regulate the conduct of conflict and seeks to limit its effect. And whatever is happening, I think is important that we come together in one way, shape, or form to certainly address the issues, the broader issues, at hand, and hopefully bring some relief to the situation that we're experiencing. PFA, it is your testimony that at this point, your commitment is to provide for $17 million or so in regards to this project.
That is correct, Senator.
And Port Authority have then determined that there may be some additional costs, and that ballpark figure is in their mind based on an engineer study. And so they have some level of idea what that amount is. And I wanted to ask you whether or not you're in a position then to take on that additional cost.
Well, the Port Authority will work with our governing body, and we'll have to determine how we're going to go about that, and along with the administration. None of this has been done in a vacuum. We've been communicating with the administration all along.
And Waiko, I'm sure that you may have some idea as well in respect to what this total outcome of cost will be. And are you also at the table in regards to finding the additional funds to address whatever our cost may be?
We are having those conversations with our cruise partners. We have been active in conversations with the Port Authority and the Office of the Governor and the PFA. So we are definitely on board on finding amicable solution to getting this harbor dredge done.
And in regards to Port Authority and Waiko is in the best position to benefit from this current dredging that's being contemplated?
Actually, I think both Waiko and Viper would be in the best position, as Viper makes just about 50% or thereabouts in any additional calls that come to Waiko. So I think it would be fair to say that it's in the best interest of not only Waiko, but also Viper to get this job done, and ultimately the people of the Virgin Islands with additional passengers coming.
So I think therein we have the answer. That in fact there needs to be a total commitment on all sides. I mean, obviously PFA have already committed to the 17 million, whatever the additional cost is, then could go both ways. Maybe split down the middle.
1 minute.
50-50 between Waiko and Port Authority. I hope that will be the consideration that could be made.
Was that a question?
No, that was a comment.
Thanks.
That was a comment. Or some means of at least mediating what seems to be a Mexican standoff at this time. So in respect to the cruise line that's coming into the Waiko area, what Royal Caribbean don't come to Waiko, correct?
Not that they don't.
30 seconds.
If we have an issue or overflow, they can go up there. All the size depend on the size vessel, but not that they don't. But the contract that Royal have is with the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
And I was just trying to determine the cruise line that's going up to Waiko. You said, Mr. Adley, that in fact you're having some conversation with them how they can also enter into some public-private partnership for the improvement of your facilities.
Time.
No, we have not had conversations on a public-private partnership with the cruise lines concerning the dredging or anything. We have had conversations on a separate matter with some developments, but I'd rather hold that close to the chest for now because we're actually having those conversations. So I will say that we are definitely engaged. We have been engaged with those lines. And to answer your question before, we do field calls from Port Authority and Royal Caribbean when they do have an overflow down at Crown Bay. And in turn, we also send any ships that we're not able to accommodate down to Crown Bay. So we ensure that we have the less amount of ships that we have to turn away are not because of not collaborating with our sister pair down at Crown Bay.
Okay, accepted. I just wanted to get to the point where I believe that it works best in your industry when the public-private partnership is entered into. I think that all of the cruise line do it in other ports, and it'll be in your best interest to have that discussion with them how they too could join into the public-private partnership with Waiko. What do you say about that?
Well, definitely, Senator, based on your comments, it isn't something that we're putting off of the table. We just would definitely weigh in the pros and cons to that because, of course, when you have those conversations, you have to give a little to get a little, or give a little to get a lot. But we have to do our due diligence in ensuring that the people of the Virgin Islands and Waiko are the ones getting as much as possible without giving away the farm, as you could appreciate.
Very well. Thank you for your comment. I believe a win-win is what you seek in public-private partnerships, and I'm hoping that there's some opportunities there as we seek to improve all our facilities. Again, as a legislative body, we'll do our part to support and perhaps have some discussion, wider discussion, in how we could perhaps put in place the feasibility of allowing for public-private partnership to continue to exist in your space. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. So we're going to close. We've heard feasibility studies all day, and I think that the situation that we have with the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the West Indian Company, we are ripe to really have, especially from the cruise perspective, ripe for us to really make we are in the 21st century, and it's ripe for us to make some sort of a decision as it relates to what these two entities would look like. We know that we have one port, and I definitely agree with that we have one port and we have a pay. And when you look at other countries, when you look at other cities, other states, etc., there is a port authority that's responsible for what we are discussing today. And many of them, if not all of them, their passengers per year, annually, is a lot more than 1.6 million passengers. So this is something that, we only talk about these things when they hit us in our face. And we contemplate them behind the scenes and have these discussions. But I believe that this conversation has really bubbled up and showed us as elected leaders that there must be an overarching discussion as to what direction we need to go in when it comes to our I'm going to say port facilities. Don't get offended, Mr. Doe. I would just say port facilities for the sake of this discussion. But something we have to give on this, because when we have to make a decision with regards to $17 million, when we know what it took for us to build our 24 budget, this is a hard one. I had to demand actually, from our budget director that the ARPA funds that we have, we're going to have to use about $60-70 million of our ARPA funds to backfill our 24 budget, and I'm not making this up. So this is a serious matter, and we have to come to some consensus as to what the future looks like when it comes to this. Do I hear a motion? Or are we ready for a motion? Let's go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0191, an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much that sum as is necessary in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, from the excess of funds contained in the Debt Service Reserve Fund for the gross receipt taxes revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor and establishing reporting requirements for the extended funds be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and send to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Bill number 35-0191 has been properly moved by Senator Novelli Francis Jr., seconded by Senator James, Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, and Senator Fonseca. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0191 an act appropriating the sum of $17 million or so much of that sum as is necessary in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, from the excess of funds contained in the debt service reserve fund for the gross receipt taxes, revenue bonds to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the dredging of the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor, and establishing reporting requirements for the expended funds has been properly moved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. All right, and we're going to allow a 30-second close, and we're going to start with Mr. Simmons, and then we're going to go to Mr. Dow, and then to Mr. Otley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today and to present the requested appropriation for the $17 million for the Crown Bay Harbor Dredging Project.
Thank you. I know we already know it's lunchtime, but it's the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor Dredging, not Crown Bay, just for the record.
My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. I just, I don't want to get no problem with anybody. Madam Chair, I really want to thank you and the committee for listening and approving, at least in this body, this meeting to go on to the full body, and we really looking forward to the support. I feel good about where we at with the industry, though, because, and it's a hard discussion that I speak about. Royal Caribbean was carrying, a few years ago, 40,000 passengers to St. Croix. Last year, we had over 160,000. It wasn't an easy discussion. But we're saying to Royal, you want to do what you want with us in St. Thomas, just like Ms. Sandy used to say, you can't take 2 green banana alone. You have to take a Tanya. So we were able to tell Royal Caribbean, you're going to have to carry more passengers. And I want to end on one note. To you, Mr. Sergeant or Lieutenant DeGraff, I really wholeheartedly want to thank all the veterans. As of Friday is Veterans Day, and I have 2 sons who currently serve in the military. So God bless all of you, and God bless the United States Virgin Islands.
Mr. Otley?
I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, and all the senators in attendance for your consideration on this. Like I mentioned before, this is extremely important to WICO, and extremely important to VIPA, and extremely important to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I thank you for your consideration and look forward to continued working with VIPA and the Office of the Governor and the PFA to ensure that we get this dredging project done for everybody involved. Thanks so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your closing statements, and we need a little more than a thank you here. We need to get a commitment from both entities that we are going to figure out how to set aside the necessary resources to ensure that dredging discussions are paid by your entities, absent of the federalization of our harbors. That's what matters to us today as we close this discussion. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in a recess for 10 minutes. Committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, also mark Senator Carrion as present. And also, please read Block 3 into the record.
Block 3, Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Island Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. Invited testifiers, Ms. Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Darrell Joshin, Director, VI Territorial Management Agency, and Honorable Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't suspect that this should last as long as the other bills that was before us, because our President had extensive discussion with regards to this particular measure. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0190? Senator Francis Jr., you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and my colleagues, and of course, good afternoon to our testifiers. Bill number 35-0190 is an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund, which will be offering an amendment to correct that and put that to the general fund to provide bottled water, drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as the most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. A committee of the whole was held last Friday to discuss the ongoing emergency of potable water system. At this hearing, we extensively discussed the impact of the water emergency on St. Croix families. There is a significant financial burden for households that must purchase drinking water, and the average cost of the water being sold right now is almost average between $5 to, in some instances, $10. And of course, the governor have issued a price freeze. Well, DLCA has issued a price freeze based on the governor's executive order. But imagine carrying the cost week after week, month after month with no relief. Especially this cost, especially at a time when residents are being advised to run water until it runs clear or clearer or clean. The ongoing water emergency is not something that a boil advisory would resolve, since boiling water has no impact on heavy metals. This funding will provide drinking water to potable water users in the affected areas. The Department of Health will be the lead on this initiative and collaborate with WAPR, as well as the property and procurement has been recommended by VITEMA to serve these households. This bill is an interim measure in an evolving situation. I appreciate my colleagues' support on this measure and bringing some relief to those people that have had to endure the heavy burden of buying drinking water in the absence of having clean, quality water at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. And again, I ask for my colleagues' support as we hear from the testifiers in regards to the water emergency we're experiencing on St. Croix at this time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And we are going to ask the testifiers to please put their name and titles on the record. And we're going to start from my far left, your right. You may proceed.
Good morning. Ovid J. Williams, Director of Public Health Preparedness, DOH.
Good morning. Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist, Department of Health.
Good afternoon. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health.
Good afternoon. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon. Stephen M. de Blasio, Senior, Assistant Director, VITEMA.
Okay, so since we're dealing with funding, we're going to start and ask our Director of OMB to provide the first testimony, and then we'll go to, do we have anyone online, first of all? And we're going to go to the Commissioner of Health and then Director Jackson. Representative. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear today pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. Considering the extensive health concerns emanating from the elevated levels of copper and lead in the water system, and the need to ensure that residents have access to good drinking water, I have no objections to the intent of this bill. It is my opinion, however, that as this is not a capital expense, the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund is not the appropriate funding source. I have been made aware of the pending amendment to change the funding source to be the general fund, which is more appropriate. Consequently, due to other amendments to the overall general fund appropriations, I have no further objections at this point. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. I have a smile on my face. Commissioner Encarnacion, you're recognized for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, Finance, Honorable Senate President Novo E. Francis, Vice Chair of the Committee, esteemed members of the 35th Legislature, and those viewing and listening. I am Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Health of the Virgin Islands of the United States, accompanied by our team, including Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sim, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist, Watson Harris, I'm sorry, he's not here, Ovid Williams, Director of Preparedness Division. We were brought today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. Supporting a budget appropriation to supply bottled water to residential communities with lead-contaminated and discolored water is a vital step to protect public health, demonstrate government accountability, and ensure equitable treatment to every community member on the island. It is necessary short-term measures while more comprehensive long-term solutions are implemented to address the root causes of water contamination. Providing clean and safe water for drinking and cooking is a fundamental responsibility. Lead contamination in water is a severe health risk factor or hazard, especially for vulnerable populations like children, pregnant women, and the elderly. Consuming lead-contaminated water can lead to various health issues, including developmental problems, cognitive impairments, and organ damage. The Department of Health supports the decision to allocate funding to the Water Distribution Initiative. For inquiries related to lead blood level testing, residents may contact the Department of Health hotlines at 340-712-6299 or 340-776-1519 during business hours. In the event of a positive capillary blood level test, the VI Department of Health will recommend follow-up blood level testing, including a venous blood draw for confirmation, with results expectedly within a few days. In case of confirmed lead poisoning, follow-up services will be recommended. Residents are strongly encouraged to assess their home environment for potential lead exposure. In conclusion, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. We have a commitment to health and safety in our community. I would like to thank the members of the VIDOH team who have been actively involved in the current response. Again, thank you for your opportunity to provide testimony on the ongoing water emergency affecting St. Croix. We stand ready to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion. And I suspect that Mr. Stephen, let me make sure, DeBazio will be testifying on behalf of Director Jackson. You may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other committee members, and other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I am Stephen M. DeBlasio, Sr., Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. Thank you for allowing us to come before you today and provide comment and information on Bill number 35-0190. We would like to express our gratitude for your support through proposed appropriation to assist our unified command with funding the provision of bottled drinking water to residents in St. Croix that have been identified as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system. We would also like to provide some additional information and suggested changes to the bill as written. On October 30th, 2023, Governor Albert Bryan declared a state of emergency in the District of St. Croix in response to the presence of elevated levels of contaminants in the water distribution system. In consultation with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, and under the authority of the Department of Human Services, DHS, who are responsible for Emergency Support Function 6, Mass Care, Emergency Assistance, Housing, and Human Services, we have derived the following three options to provide residents with bottled drinking water for 1 month utilizing the $350,000 appropriation. The first option would be to create a voucher system that allows us to immediately distribute voucher or coupon booklets to each affected customer identified by WAPA, approximately 3,400 at this time, that would enable each customer to utilize the coupons to purchase water in the size and bottles most appropriate for their individual household use. The second option would be to distribute debit/gift cards of the same amount and quantity, or third, to physically distribute water at predetermined points of distribution. We believe that the voucher coupon system is the most equitable and the most expedient solution until the water filters being procured by WAPA become available on island and are distributed. It is worth noting that this system also requires a small administrative fee for the printing cost of approximately $1 per coupon booklet. Additionally, this method also allows us to retain and track the vouchers and money spent because the booklets will be serially numbered and material that is difficult to, and printed on material that is difficult to reproduce. In order to mitigate any potential bottleneck, we are also respectfully requesting that instead of appropriating those funds to the Department of Health, the funds should be appropriated to the Department of Property and Procurement, DPP. In this way, Property and Procurement may expedite payments directly to the vendors once their monthly receipts have been invoiced and sent to DPP for payment. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, VITEMA and our Unified Command partners for the St. Croix Water Quality Incident Command appreciate and support the efforts of this body to appropriate emergency funding of bottled drinking water for the affected residents of St. Croix. Thank you, and I stand ready to answer any questions that this committee may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you for your testimony, and colleagues, like I said earlier, we've discussed this extensively on Friday. It's Friday? On Friday. So what we're doing, what my colleague's bill is basically doing, is ensuring that we are able to provide, to provide some, this is just a start. So let's make sure that we're clear on that, some level of relief for the citizen, particularly affected citizens in the Island District of St. Croix. So we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and blessings and warm greetings to our distinguished panel of testifiers today, and to all the listening audience. Madam Chair, yes, we've discussed this issue extensively last week on St. Croix, and so I definitely support Bill number 35-0190. And you know, it's kind of troubling to think that the price of water would go up in the territory when we're experiencing these kind of situations, you know. So this is very appropriate, that will provide drinking water for our colleagues, for our citizens on St. Croix. But I wanted to just discuss one particular thing in that the bill speaks to the areas identified by WAPA. And that's the areas identified by WAPA. And you know, the lead and the copper, Ms. Sims, who is here today, last week, she was acting for the Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, who is present with us now. But Ms. Sims mentioned that there is no level of lead that's acceptable. So that means any lead is not acceptable. And Mr. Hodge of WAPA last week stated that the water lines in both districts, St. Thomas and St. Croix, the line them were installed in the 60s and the 70s. And you know, we found out that Seven Seas Water is providing water over to the Crucians, and they're also doing it for us here in St. Thomas. So you know what? Being that the lines are the similar age and we're getting water from Seven Seas, I am going to go out on the limb and assume that St. Thomas District has similar problems. We may have lead in the water
1 minute.
here also, Popa. So I want to ask a quick question. Is there anyone in the panel today that can unequivocally state that the WAPA water lead problem is exclusive to St. Croix? Can anyone here say that it does not involve St. Thomas? Hearing no comments, you know.
30 seconds.
So I am saying, Madam Chair, that we're going to have to get a testing schedule. So I'd like the Commissioner of Health to give me the details on how we're going to deal with the St. Thomas portion with these old water lines. Honorable Justa Encarnacion, can you respond?
Senator, that's really more a question for the Water and Power Authority. However, I can discuss the testing of individuals. May I continue? Okay. So we test Head Start on an annual basis. Last year, we tested Head Start on St. Thomas between 300, 400 individuals, as well as in St. Croix. We found no lead in any of the Head Start individuals, which is wonderful news. We found one, of course, we reported on. We found 4 last year on St. Croix. The year before, we did find 1 positive on St. Thomas. Not something that would be a big concern. It was clear. The house was clear at that point. So that's what I can let you know. I can say that we are going to be testing 0 to 6 throughout St. Croix. And of course, we can expand our plans for St. Thomas if needed.
Well, Sir Popa, so you heard from the Commissioner of Health, there's no lead in the water in St. Thomas, to be continued. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
May I, Senator, please?
Yes, you may, because we need to make sure that we are putting correct information out here, and particularly on the record. So yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. The Water and Power Authority, as well as DPNR, should be actually being able to answer those questions after water testing has been conducted.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Encarnacion, Director O'Neill, and all other testifiers present. And thank you for your testimonies. Let me say specifically in respect to the Bill 35-0190 that basically appropriates $350,000 for bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Water and Power Authority that are most impacted by the elevated level of copper and lead with the water source and the water supply. Let me basically say I'm happy to hear in respect to the St. Thomas St. John District, your comments. I know you stated and made it clear that you did testing last year, but since these new instances that occurred in St. Croix, and based on the testimonies last week, in terms of the age of the piping in the system, I'm sure the Water and Power Authority, along with the Department of Health, as they go forward doing the testing, with likewise do tests in this district to assure that all of our people are safe, because that's what you do. And I look forward to the results of those. Let me ask in respect to the lead in the water, though, in St. Croix, and the coupons that Vitima is going to be giving out. I know last week in a hearing, I spoke to water supply in terms of water trucks, water buffaloes, etc. Because we're speaking about drinking water only, but of course people use water to brush their teeth and to bathe and to do other stuff. What's going to happen in a space in the interim? Because I know during the hearing, DPNR said there is funding for that. Have there been any? Because I know they say they meet every day. I do not know if anyone here is part of those meetings, but is there any plans moving forward to see what can be done in that space besides the drinking water?
1 minute.
Because lead is lead in the water. So if individuals are going to use that water to do anything else besides drinking, what is being done, which I know they're not going to use it, what's being done in terms of hygiene, etc., using water from other sources that's available through whatever other grants, through DPNR that's available. Had there been any discussion in that respect? I would like to have an update, please.
As far as I know, in discussions with Commissioner J.P. Oriol,
30 seconds.
he is working along with the EPA and will be in correspondence with them to ensure that we can actually, he can utilize the funding that has been appropriated for him federally to shift the budget. But that's all that I know at this point.
Very well. As I stated, I do support the legislation because water is an essential necessity for anyone to basically survive and be healthy. So I appreciate your response, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator, may I make a clarification, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I really want to make sure that we are quite aware of the blood testing and the water testing. So the Department of Health actually right now is conducting capillary blood testing. And of course, if it is positive, then we do serum testing, which is by the vein. And so that's what we're doing right now. The water testing of the pipes, that's actually done by WAPA, DPNR, EPA did as well. So just wanted to make sure we had established the differences.
Thank you. Are you satisfied, Senator Blyden?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Commissioner, your staff on St. Croix did an excellent job in putting out information, so you could make sure you give them the accolades. Appreciate it much. For Vitima testimony, you have 3 options for distribution. First, voucher system for 3,400 people identified by WAPA. Second, distribute debit gift cards. Third, distribute. I think you should do all of them. I don't think you should wait on one, because we're talking about 3,400 people. That's a lot of people to determine, to try get just a voucher system. You put all 3 in gear, you may be able to catch all of them that way. Two, I believe the National Guard has a water purification unit. They can provide water. I don't know if they could cover for 3,400 people, but again, they have a system that I have drank water out the sea, and they have done it. So again, the National Guard is another option also to assist with the distribution, and getting that done. There is a 1% worth it. There's a system required where it is $1 per coupon booklet. So in terms of providing for 3,400 persons, taken from this $350,000, how much money are we talking about spending for booklets, for vouchers, or the debit cards and things like that? How much money are we spending?
Listen.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Stephen M. de Blasio with Vitima. We are looking at all of the options. Right now, we're looking at 1 month worth of providing water to the citizens on St. Croix through the coupon system in collaboration with property and procurement.
1 minute.
Yeah, the cost.
Of those 3,400, it's actually 3,431 account holders. Okay. We used a factor of 2.5 people per account to come up with over 8,000 individuals. And then using the normal ratio of how much water someone needs for subsistence per day, which is basically 3 liters, we used a gallon per person per day. So we can provide that in the way of coupons
30 seconds.
valued at that level for that many folks to get at least 3 gallons of water.
Right.
I'm sorry, a gallon of water per day per person for 1 month.
Forget the cost.
It would be about $340-something thousand minus the $1, the small administrative fee that the print shop would charge to print each of those booklets.
I still ain't getting the cost. You're going around. But in regards to that too,
Time.
you got to explain exactly how it will work. 2 things I need to answer in the chair's time. One, the cost, because I'm saying we're giving $350,000. How much of that money going toward printing of booklets and all of that? How much of money going toward the people? That's one. And 2, explain how would it work. How would it work? The people have to come to you. We have to go. You're going to go to the people door to door, give it out. They sign for it. Go through. Explain the process for us, please. Thank you. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay, the concept that was put forward in collaboration with property and procurement was that they would establish arrangements with the vendors so that they would accept the coupons. The coupons would be distributed at least 3 different places to make it most convenient for folks to be vetted and then issued the coupon books at that time. If we're looking at 8,000 individuals, 3,400 accounts, 3,431 accounts, we're looking at basically 6,000 or so booklets that need to be printed. So it's going to be about $6 to $7 grand for the printing of the coupons. In terms of the staff that would be required and the logistics of setting up the distribution points for those coupons, we haven't really wrestled that to the ground yet. We have begun our negotiations and discussions with property and procurement, and they would be laying out and assisting us with that process, as well as the Department of Human Services, who has the water, hydration, and shelter responsibilities ultimately for the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Sure, just go ahead and take advantage of me. It's okay.
Being a first responder as a police and doing this, your answers aren't adequate to me, because I want to hear definitively on this day and this date, you need to come here, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that, because that's what Vitima job is. Not to sound like we're speculating. It put more problems into the community. Tell me on what dates, what times, distribution, when will these things be printed? That's what I need to hear, because we went through this meeting before. It shouldn't be we waiting until now we get the money. Put these things in place, the money going to come, we're going to make it happen. That's what I need to hear.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So I don't know that any of us in this room are interested in any vouchers because the water needs to get to the people now. So we don't have time to print vouchers. So y'all should be collaborating with, and I believe that the sponsor of this legislation probably have an amendment with regards to who should be responsible for distributing this, because I know that you are the command center, which is Vitima. So we need to distribute the water now. So there must be collaboration between yourself, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, so we could determine who are the affected homes. I don't know if I know if y'all don't know, but there is a number. There's a universe of a number, but it needs to happen now. So there must be some verification as you come to pick up your water. You provide your information and your ID, but it needs to happen now. We can't deal with no voucher. We're still talking about, I just see an email that came through regarding, what you call it, pay? Premium pay. It took, my mother is 91 and it took her this year to get her $500. No. We want to make sure it happens now. So we ain't trying to print no vouchers. So I can put a plan B on that, please. Senator Senator Johnson, you recognize for your, I guess today is Senator Francis Day because he's the last person to speak on Ali's bill. Yeah, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate this initiative, and I quite sure we're far off the mark as far as the amount, but it's a start. But what I really want to ask the Department of Health, how is the testing going, and what is the threshold that will trigger to make sure that we have more testing or that a test needs to be done?
I'll have Dr. Ellis respond to that.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for that question. Thus far, as of yesterday, we have cumulatively tested 77 individuals, infants to 6 years old, cumulative positive. So this is presumptive and needs confirmatory testing. 1. Yesterday, we actually tested 13 individuals. We do have the capacity to test 100 individuals in a day. So there were plenty of open appointment slots for additional individuals to be tested. And we have testing open for Friday, which is a holiday, and Saturday as well for this week to ensure that we have testing options for those that are in school during the day or whose parents aren't able to get them to our testing sites during the hours that we currently have.
Are we not going to the schools and setting up shop in the schools that was in the hot zone?
We have completed testing at the one school that was closest to the hot zone, Alfredo Andrews Elementary School, and we are planning to also go to additional schools as well.
And if I'm right, did I heard the word positive came out of your mouth. I want to be sure. Did you say, or am I not hearing right, that you found some positive?
So this is a capillary blood lead level positive, and it's important to remember if it's 97% specificity, which means if you go to get tested 100 times, 3 of those times you'll actually be a false positive. So any capillary blood lead positives we have to confirm through a venous blood draw. So for that one, we have to still do the confirmation venous blood draw. And for any of the ones that come up as a presumptive positive that we'll be doing the venous blood draw for, we'll actually be doing one blood draw but collecting 2 small samples. One will be for lead and one will be for copper.
Your answer was yes, that you had a positive?
30 seconds.
My answer is that positive is a capillary blood positive, and it still needs to be confirmed through a venous blood draw. So it's not a confirmed positive yet.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. We are now going to hear from Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. And also,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Senator Carrion.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, to my colleagues. testifiers and the people of the Virgin Islands. I first would like to start by commending the sponsor of this measure for swiftly moving in this direction and proposing this legislation to have some funding to be able to assist our community that is suffering. So thank you for that, Mr. President. I do have some questions with regards to OMB Director, Ms. O'Neill. Good afternoon, Ms. O'Neill. How are you?
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. I'm well, thanks.
Good. In situations such as this, do we have a special funding that we could tap into for emergencies?
Senator, the short answer to that is no. Everything for the most part is the general fund. It is cash as it comes, and so the general fund is what I am recommending.
Very well. To the Vitima representative, I do have some concerns. I want to make sure that we are moving in the right direction with the funding. So did Vitima do like a cost analysis? We have the number of ratepayers that were affected by this.
Yes, sir. 3,431.
Okay, 3,031.
Those are accounts, not people. Those are accounts. WAPA water accounts.
Okay. And so we don't know how many individuals per house unit.
We use the average of 2.5
1 minute.
persons per residence as a factor. Some will have less, some would have more.
Have you looked into the census, the last census that was made, and to determine the population based on the state and the area to kind of have an idea what that average would be? How did you arrive to this 2.5?
That was presented to us, sir. I cannot answer that question right now. I will follow up with the legislature to identify where that number came from.
30 seconds.
Oh, the 2.5 was part of the analysis done by the proposed, by the sponsor of the proposed legislation? That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that is a standard that the federal folks use. We've adopted that as just an average across the United States of 2.5 persons per household.
Oh, well, that's a better explanation from what you said prior. That gives me some more feedback. Very well. I think that this is much needed. Maybe this might just be the beginning of what needs to be done, but I really appreciate and I will be supporting this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, Vitima, do you work very closely with the National Guard when you have challenges, disaster-related challenges?
Absolutely,
emergency?
yes. Affirmative.
Yeah, because I know that in your testimony you made reference to property and procurement being that entity, but they don't really deal with. I think you said that because of the need for expediency, but the governor has declared this as a state of emergency, so the expediency has already been created by the state of emergency, and your the Vitima is an entity that really has the connection with the community when it comes to any emergency type, disaster-related type matters. And that's why I asked about Vitima, about the National Guard, because I believe that we should be, at this point, if we're going to be distributing water to our community, Vitima and the National Guard should be working in conjunction with each other, provided once the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority provides the information, it helps you to map out exactly where those distributions should be, etc. So that's my recommendation, that we should consider doing it in that manner and fast track it. Of course, we always have a challenge here because, so we have to go through the committee process. This is an immediate need in the territory, and in order to utilize our resources, we have to go through the session. So, and we definitely don't want our OMB director to get in any further trouble with what has occurred previously. So I'm trying to figure out in my brain, how are we able to get something done immediately, knowing that we are intending, I don't know that anyone in the legislature would vote against this measure, but you can't make assumptions, but this is an immediate emergency that we really need to deal with. So let me hear from you, Director O'Neill.
Sure, Senator Fred Gregory, thank you for that. Actually, because the governor has declared a state of emergency for the water issue, he can direct immediate payment of or resources to fund the water, knowing that we can always bring it back. So as this body works through the committee effort, I think the law does allow for immediate remedy because there's a state of emergency. So that should help with immediately getting water out to those residents that need it.
Okay, we'll consult with our legal counsel. I think that we may have to approve the state of emergency in order for those funds to be released in that manner. But we'll figure it out. But what it is that it's important that we really address this matter today. This is a now conversation. We need to act now.
If I may comment?
Yes.
Chairwoman. Yes, the VI National Guard is a support entity to the Department of Human Services, who is responsible for food, hydration, and shelter of our citizens during an emergency, and this is an emergency, as you very well stated. But the VI National Guard would be employed under them. If it came down to a physical distribution of water, then the VI National Guard would be activated to support what we call the points of distribution. Our reasoning for going towards the coupons was that Property and Procurement has assured us that the mechanism is already in place. They do it for fuel already on St. Croix, and they explained that it would be a matter of days, at the most a week, before these coupons could be available to actually hand off to the citizens of St. Croix as they get vetted, being in one of those areas that are affected by the lead and copper. So I just wanted to put that out there. And yes, VITEMA is the overarching coordinating entity for all of the activities, but the actual drivers behind the actual actions come to the various emergency support functions, which in this case would be ESF6, Human Services, and under them they would employ the services of the National Guard as necessary to physically help with the distribution of cases or whatever containers of water. Thank you.
All right. Senator Francis, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're very good at creating bureaucracies and red tape. And, I think this is a time that we really want to be humanitarians and be able to bring some relief to our people. I think it's critical. Our citizens and our constituents didn't ask for this matter. It wasn't a natural disaster. It's a disaster or water emergency that really needs to be prioritized, and we need to take night and make day to bring them some relief. We will do whatever we have to do, even if it means that we have to fast track this by calling a session. I'll call a session at midnight tonight, if need be. When we talk about the urgency of getting water to our people, I think it's critical that we understand that, but we have to remove the barriers. We have to remove the impediments. This first was October, I think 17th was the first time that we heard the results. We heard a declaration in October 30th. We're now on November 7th. I'm getting calls daily about water, and I'm sure that Vitima and the Unified Post also get. We have to come together. This is an opportunity for us to come together as a government and really truly recognize this as an emergency and remove all the barriers to make sure that we're delivering on the behalf of all people. I can't see no other way. If it's vultures are required, it shouldn't take 7 days. It should take 1 day. If it's whatever it takes to make this work, then we just have to move urgently and rapidly to make sure that it happens. Time is of the essence, and we really just need to make sure that we're getting the water to our people. And we're behind the 8 ball. I mean, here it is. We're just now dealing with this this measure, and we just want to fast track it by in a matter of a few days that we could be able to get the water delivered to our people. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe that you're the next speaker. You're the next speaker, Senator. Sorry, point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From October 30th, when the governor declared a state of emergency, the National Guard could have been on the ground. From October 30th, state of emergency, National Guard on the ground providing water. The unit, the water purification can do it. But they could have had a distribution point where they have bladders with water that they generate the water for people to come for at that point. Then you could figure out everything else. But from October 30th, they could have been, should have been, the National Guard can provide. I ain't spent 23 years and they to tell you, no lie, they can provide it. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator DeGraff. And just let me add to that, before we hear from the sponsor of the bill, that, the last thing we want to hear is we have to prepare our businesses for these vouchers that will create a whole nother story. We also have to remember that these businesses want to get paid. So there's a lot of things to contemplate, and we don't have contemplation time. We gotta get this done. Buy the water, distribute the water. We don't have time to issue vouchers. If it's a longer period of time, then we could get into the logistics of how all this needs to look. And of course, we are looking forward to getting the information or hearing from those that are responsible for getting the residents the filters, because that's an important part of this discussion as well. So we're discussing the water, but getting the filtration attached to these homes are equally as important. Okay, so we just need to make it happen sooner than later. We got to put our collective heads together and figure out how we could get this done. We got to wrap it up by the end of this week. All right, Senator Francis Jr., bill sponsor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to go back to Vitima real quick, because the purpose of creating a unified command post is, again, to bring all of your resources to bear. And, from there, then you put all of the collective heads together to be able to, address whatever that emergency is. Can you tell me what's happening in the space of the unified command that you don't believe that, you're having this conversation of ultimately, barring who's responsible for what, the unified command allowed for, all of the heavy lifting to be done at that level, and, everybody be parceled out so the heavy lift could become a lot easier.
Yes, through the Stephen de Blasio, again, testifying for Vitima, through the Unified Coordination Group and our 2 incident commanders, Department of Health and DPNR, we are looking at many activities, from digs to replacing component parts as they do these, exploratory digs. They're actually repairing sections. The filters and the pitchers, the Brita filters, are already been investigated by WAPA. They've gotten quotes. They have multiple vendors because someone probably couldn't provide enough one particular vendor. So these are the kind of activities that we're looking at. And now with the funding that's going to be allocated to us to get the water, that will allow us to look at, again, I'm not going to dispute the fact that, it would be nice to have soldiers on the ground right now handing out water. But in the discussions that we have had with the groups that have met and discussed this, It just seems, and in collaboration with property and procurement, that this would be a very easy, very quick thing to do and not cost as much as actually having to set up separate distribution points, because we would not be able to set up one distribution point.
1 minute.
We would need them scattered out around the island, 2 or 3 places, each one having to be staffed, stocked, cones, MHE. So it would be a real heavy lift to do that, whereby we can get the coupons going and then look at these other options. And of course, this is just an interim measure until they can get these filters actually acquired and distributed so that the folks can start filtering their water and hopefully get to the point where the water is safe to drink, lead-free.
30 seconds.
Very well. Again, you're the expert in this area, and I'm relying on you guys to make this thing happen. But it seems to be that back in my days, all we have to do is call out for volunteers. And we had trucks that appeared, and we were able to disperse those trucks, ABC, get these things moving and get them out. I'm saying that this is not rocket science. We've been rehearsing for this over and over. We have had tabletop exercise
Time.
for these type of measures. We're very good at crisis management. Let's not let this one escape us.
Noted, sir.
All right? People out there, they're hurting, and their civic organization is willing to help. So let's put together a plan, and let's, again, coordinate that plan and ask for help, be it the National Guard, the Fire Department, the legislature. We are all in this together, and whatever we need to do to get it done. I don't mind hanging up my suit for a few days and putting on my jeans pants and go out there. This really calls for our community to see how humanitarian efforts, and this is a dry run, because there's a lot more emergencies that will be happening if we're following the good book. Let's prepare ourselves. Let's get it done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. We're going to take a recess before we make the final vote on this. But just let me share that as we worked on the FY 2024 budget bills, there was some errors, and we are working to clean them up. So today we are also going to, I don't know if that was shared with you, Director O'Neill?
Yes.
Did you receive the information?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and you are in concert with what we have shared as it relates to cleaning up the FY 2024 budget bills?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, no issues?
No
Other
issues.
than one, we're still working on the last one.
Yes.
We're going to try to bring it as a special order, and that is related to the indirect costs.
Correct.
Okay? All right, so I just wanted to share, my colleagues are aware, but we will be making an amendment because this measure will be increasing the FY 24 bottom line for our general fund budget. So it's appropriate for us to use this bill as the cleanup measure. Okay? And I note that the sponsor didn't have an issue with it. Correct? All right, I said we were going to take a recess, but you want to take a recess? Or? Let's take one. We're going to take a 3-minute recess, and then we are going to come back and address this measure. The committee stands in recess for 3 minutes. The committee is back on the record, and as I stated earlier before we went into recess, we do have an amendment before us today that will clean up our FY24 budget bills. Some of the things that are important is the FEMS bill. The wording was incorrect, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want to go through those that are important. There was a veto with regards to the Department of Labor. No, that's not one of them. I take that back. Let me just stay on the script. There was some transposition of numbers that needed to be cleaned up. And then we missed two of the nonprofits, the Stroke Association as three. The St. Thomas St. John Youth Scholastic Classic Chess Club, and that was 10,000, and the St. Croix USVI Chess Club, that was 7,000, and the Stroke Support Group, which I think was 7,000 as well. And like I said earlier, the University of the Virgin Islands bill is not 29 million, it's actually 27, because the number for the salary increases were included twice. And the other items were basically tied to transposition and scrivener's error as far as spellings, etc. in the bill. It's a huge bill, so you would find that you'll have some errors. So the new amount of the, if this is approved this afternoon, I need that back. The bottom line, the last page would be the general fund would be 727,578,956 plus the 350 that we're considering today. All right, do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
You recognize for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-532, being offered by yours truly, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Amendment to Bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended beginning in line 3 and in the bill summary by striking Syncroid Capital Improvement Fund established by 33 VIC sections 3087 and replacing it with the general fund. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Amendment number 35-532 has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Amendment.
You recognize for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-535 on behalf of Senator Donna Fred Gregory, an amendment to bill number 35-0190. Bill number 35-0190 is amended by adding 3 appropriately numbered sections that read as follows. Section blank, Act number 8750 is amended by inserting fund after services wherever it appears. Section blank, Act number 8759, Section 1 is amended in the following. 1, in subsection C, A, by striking.
It's a motion. You recognize your motion. Recognize the mic of Senator Blyden, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that we waive the reading for amendment number 35-535. I so move.
The waiving of the amendment, the reading, the waiving of the reading of bill number of amendment number 35, that's 532, has been properly 535 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff and Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. So moved. Recognize the mic of Senator Francis, please.
So move.
All right. All right. Amendment number 35-535 has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
You recognize your motion, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the Syncroid Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and most impacted by the elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, with a technical amendment where it appears Department of Health, replace that with Vitima, as amended, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0190 has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to provide for bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system as amended. And we vote on it. Roll call, please. Has been properly moved. Seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Bladin. Roll call, please. Brush in the brush. And Senator Carrion. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion.
He's saying it.
I voted.
It's coming through.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes, for Javon James, yes.
Senator James
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Madam Chair, 7 yay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0190, an act to appropriate $350,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to provide bottled drinking water to persons residing in the areas identified by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority as most impacted by elevated levels of copper and lead in the potable water system, as amended, has been favorably voted on by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. All right, I think we have concluded today's discussion. I'm going to allow the representatives here to give closing remarks. We're going to start with our OMB director, and then we'll move to our Vitima and then the Commissioner of Health.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and thank you to the members of the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance, as well as all of the senators present today for your actions on all three measures. All three measures will be instrumental in the ongoing recovery and of the territory. So we are especially happy to be, I am especially happy, I should say, to be here and supporting the funding for the water in particular. We will try to move forward on this as quickly as possible. And I look forward to further conversations on funding the additional needs for residents as we move forward. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Good afternoon once again, everyone, and thank you, Senator, the bill sponsor, Honorable Senator Francis, as well as everyone else that's here, all the senators. Really and truly want to thank you. It's something that is critical for safe drinking water in the territory, especially on St. Croix at this point in time. We will, of course, it's a month that this is appropriated for. We know we will have to extend some kind of support for the individuals within the territory, but this is definitely a good start. And as the incident command, I definitely commit to ensuring that we go ahead with plans in the future. Thank you.
Vitima?
Yes, good afternoon again, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Again, great appreciation for the opportunity to testify here today, and great appreciation for the funding that we will be able to utilize to get water into the hands of the folks on St. Croix that are eligible and so needy for that. So again, we do appreciate that. We will continue with the sense of urgency that we have had all along. We've taken notes. I've taken notes on some of the suggestions that came out of the floor today. They will all be taken seriously and considered, and we will move forward in putting our best foot forward to serve the residents of St. Croix. And I thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Assistant Director de Blasio, for your closing remarks. And before we close today, I want to remind all government employees, all of us, and retirees that today is voting day for GSC Health Insurance Board. So please exercise your right to vote. you can go to www.dopusvi.org to vote for your representatives. The portal opened at 12 a.m. this morning, and it will close at 11:59 tonight. And you could also, they said that all government employees received an email with regards to the link, but I just shared the link. And you can also vote in person at the Division of Personnel Office in St. Thomas and St. Croix between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And if they will provide computer assistance will be provided. So just wanted to make sure that we share that there is some voting going on here. So please go out and exercise your right to vote as it relates to the Government Employees Health Insurance Board. It is very important to us because we want to see our insurance rate going south and not going north every year. And lastly, Veterans Day is this Friday, so I want to wish all of our veterans, my dad was a veteran, a happy Veterans Day. And they've made the sacrifices for people like myself to sit here and have a conversation. And we know what's happening throughout the world. So we have to really appreciate our veterans here in the U.S. Virgin Islands and those abroad. So I'm giving my early Veterans Day wishes because I don't ever miss the ceremony, but I won't be here this year to participate in the celebration. So happy Veterans Day to all veterans in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And of course, we want to thank all of our central staff employees and our bill sponsor for really knocking it out of the park today with all of these very, very important measures. And that's what we do. That's what we're supposed to do here in the legislature, bring relief to our people and make sure that we're doing what's right to move the needle on our economy. If there are no further discussions, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands adjourned, not in recess, but adjourned for today. Thank you.